Madam Chairperson.
Let us pray. Almighty God, where you have called to govern this province, we ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and will promote the interests of our people. Almagtige God, ons bid dat u gedurende ons vergaderings ons die nodige wysheid sal gee en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou en dat u ons sal help om ons tekortkominge te oorkom en al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikilele ilizwi letu nabantu balo umisele ikulunga kwipondo letu Nkosi sikilele iAfrika kina abantwana bayo kokela inkokolezi zayo iniki ikolo iAfrika. All this we beg in your holy name. Amen. You may be seated. Good afternoon, members. Order. Before we proceed, I would like to remind members about some of the logistical arrangements. As has been our practice to date, honourable members will be participating in this sitting of the House, both from here in the chamber with the presiding officer and the table staff, and via Microsoft Teams. Our standing rules have accordingly been amended to accommodate such hybrid sittings of the House. The honourable members who are experiencing challenges in connecting to the sitting are requested to please make contact with the WCPP-ICT colleagues who will gladly assist them. If a member of this provincial parliament elects to participate virtually and not from the chamber, it is such member's responsibility to ensure that he or she has good quality data connectivity for good quality audio and video and that there are no disturbances. The hybrid system has been functioning well and poor audio and or video is not attributed to the system, but rather, members, please check your data connectivity. Honourable members are reminded that no interjections are permitted during the hybrid sittings. And in this regard, I draw the attention of honourable members to Rule 40 of our standing rules. Thank you very much, honourable members, and kindly do note accordingly. I recognise the Honourable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Madam House Chairperson. Notwithstanding the provisions of Rule 20, subsection 1, I move that precedence be given to the subject for discussion in the name of Honourable C. Dugmore.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chief Whip. Are there any objections to the motion? I do not see any. No objections. Motion then accordingly agreed to. Members, we will now move over to the subject for discussion. We will now deal with the subject of discussion in the name of Honourable Dugmore as printed on the order paper, and I now recognise the Honourable Dugmore.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Greetings to the Premier and all other honourable members. It is a privilege to introduce this discussion today, Chair, on the commitment to a non-racial and united South Africa on this day, which in fact marks the 54th anniversary of the death of the academic, statesperson and freedom fighter, Professor Z.K. Matthews. It was Professor Matthews who who actually at the ANC's Craddock Congress of 1953 said, and I think it's a very significant quote. He stood up and he proposed actually that a national convention of all races be convened to draw up a freedom charter for the democratic South Africa of the future, end quote. Amongst our scholars, I believe there is consensus that the Freedom Charter would go on to play a leading role in shaping the ANC's vision from 1955.
Honorable members online, will you please ensure that you are muted? Thank you very much. Please proceed, Honorable Dugmore.
Thank you. That the Charter would play a leading role in shaping the ANC's vision from 1955 and which will eventually lead to the drafting of our Constitution of the Republic, which all of us in this House have pledged to defend, to uphold, and to respect. While we must acknowledge that our Constitution has indeed come under scrutiny in the last year or so, the values and ideals enshrined in this document must be espoused and defended by all of us, especially us as public representatives. Our Constitution, like the Freedom Charter did before that, declares emphatically that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, united in our diversity. The Constitution says South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. The Freedom Charter talks about the black and white, but that's the diversity we're talking about. 2 days ago, we commemorated the 28th anniversary of the inauguration of our country's first democratically elected president, Comrade Tata Nelson Mandela. On that day, in the presence of all South Africans and the leaders of many nations, Madiba stood tall and said, "The time for the healing of the wounds has come. The moment to bridge the chasms that divide us has come. The time to build is upon us. We have, at last, achieved our political emancipation. We pledge ourselves to liberate all our people from the continuing bondage of poverty, deprivation, suffering, gender, and other discrimination." And that is what Comrade Nelson Mandela said. "We enter into a covenant," he continued, "that we shall build the society in which all South Africans, both black and white, will be able to walk tall without any fear in their hearts, assured of the inalienable right to human dignity, a rainbow nation at peace with itself and the world," end quote. Chair, 28 years after these words by President Mandela, the wounds of our country inflicted by the past remain open. However, it is clear that 20 years after freedom, the majority of the people in our country and this province continue to suffer under the bondage of poverty, deprivation, and other discrimination. However, today, through this discussion, the ANC in this House calls upon all parties present to actually commit themselves to the words that were uttered by Comrade Mandela, and that is to build bridges and not to widen the chasms that divide us, to continue to build and to continue pledging ourselves to that covenant, which is to build a society in which all South Africans, both black and white, will be able to walk tall without any fear in their hearts, assured of their inalienable right to human dignity. There should be little doubt that at the very heart of this right to human dignity is the defeat of poverty, of inequality, and unemployment. We can debate and discuss economic policy and economic emancipation, but that is for another day. The ANC is open to debating and discussing policy failures of the last 3 decades and successes, but that too is for another day. We are open to discussing the corruption and the recently released Zondo Commission report, but that too, House Chair, is definitely a debate and a discussion for another day. In this week, and in the memory of a great statesperson such as Z.K. Matthews and Nelson Mandela, can we in this House pledge to working towards a non-racial and a united South Africa? This is my call today, and I ask the Premier and his government, as well as all colleagues in this House, to defend the integrity of our Republic and to commit to do away with all forms of racism. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dugmore, and thank you for sticking to your allocated time. I now recognize the Honorable Minister, Tertius Simmers.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Can you hear me clearly?
We can. Thank you very much, Minister. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, fellow Cabinet members, honorable members of both sides of the House, but also honored guests who are logged on virtually. A few weeks ago, we celebrated 28 years of democracy in our beloved country. Thus, before I begin, I would like to quote the founding father of this nation, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, who once said, and I quote, "For to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others." Close quote. The injustices of the apartheid era cannot be ignored or discounted. Hence, we, as the Western Cape government, have a concerted effort to transform the spatial planning regime. Across the board, as the Western Cape government, we have engraved and championed the whole of society approach in all our departmental development programs. As the Western Cape government, we also pride ourselves as being the leading province in prioritizing and accelerating the delivery of non-racial human settlement developments by promoting social inclusion through the development of integrated, resilient, safe, and sustainable human settlements in an open opportunity society for all. One such example, Honorable House Chair, is the Kunradi Park housing development, which is one of the best examples of our commitment to building a non-racial and united South Africa. This development is in the heart of one of Cape Town's most sought-after suburbs. This project was identified as one of the catalytic developments. Its objective is to provide affordable, residentially mixed income, mixed-use development, optimizing land use, including predominantly grant-funded social housing to realize a live, work, and play environment for all of its future residents. We launched this noteworthy project in February 2022 with the completion of phase 1, which to date has yielded 180 social units out of a possible 432 once complete. Not only is this development enabling a non-racial and integrated human settlement, it is also unlocking economic opportunities for the previously disadvantaged groups. Through it, 1,232 job opportunities have been created to date. 86 SMEs were afforded economic opportunities. Just another example of how this Western Cape government is improving the lives of its citizens, but also showing its commitment to non-racialism in South Africa. The fully integrated precinct development includes early childhood development and primary schooling with a sports field, where all races will play. There will be retail and commercial space, as well as a managed landscaping recreational park, where all these races will mix together and play together. Upon completion, House Chair, this project will consist of no less than 3,500 housing opportunities, or just more than 10,000 people living in one development precinct. Madam House Chair, such developments are not only limited to the Cape Metro. If you look across the Garden Route in Mossel Bay, we have the Mountain View housing project. This project will create 1,006 housing opportunities, of which to date, 737 units have been completed and all the sites. Once again, this will integrate citizens and qualifying beneficiaries from various backgrounds. Once again, a tangible commitment by this government to non-racialism in the post-1994 era. Madam Chair, once again, this book project will not only benefit those who will be assisted with a full state subsidy, we will also focus on those who wish to have state assistance, no matter their color or race, but they just need that push for this opportunity in life in terms of the Help Me Buy a Home program, or FLISP as it used to be called. But what are the immediate economic empowerment opportunities which this project itself has now also created in the broader aspect, Madam House Chair? Madam Chair, this specific project has created 9 local SMEs, some of them women-led companies who were appointed, they've rendered a service, but they're also being empowered to ensure that they unlock further opportunities in a non-racial way for other small to medium enterprise owned companies who wish to be part of the infrastructure or construction sector. So, Madam House Chair, you see, we don't only talk about creating an integrated human settlement or to build a non-racial South Africa. We, as this provincial government, can show brick and mortar, road by road, that we are delivering on this mandate in the Western Cape. The envisaged Department of Infrastructure, Honourable House Chair, will aim to develop a long-term vision of an holistic infrastructural plan for our province, including social, economic, environmental, energy, and technology infrastructure where all of its citizens must benefit from. So once again, in conclusion, Madam House Chair, this provincial government remains committed, like it has been since 2009, to building a united and non-racial South Africa for all, because ultimately we are delivering for you, all of our citizens. I thank you, Madam House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister Simmers. And I see that all members are very much disciplined this afternoon. I do recognize the Honourable Tergo.
Thank you, House Chair. In November last year, two learners, one African and the other one of Indian descent, were racially abused by a white grade 12 learner at Camps Bay High School, who called them by a K-word. The perpetrator was taken for disciplinary hearing, then subsequently found guilty as charged. However, what is interesting is that when the victims approached the principal regarding the punishment imposed upon the perpetrator, they were told that the sanctions remain a secret due to provisions of the POPIA Act. It is further interesting that no provisions of the POPI Act relied upon were outlined by the school. When the EFF intervened of the matter, we were informed by the principal of the school that it is policy of the Western Cape Education Department that when people inquire about punishment resulting from disciplinary hearings, the schools must just blindly, vaguely hide behind the POPIA Act, even in cases where it does not apply. The facts of the above case are not peculiar to what Black people experience on day-to-day basis when they deal with government departments and other private institutions. The modus operandi of all this is to entrench and institutionalize racism. In this way, learners are taught in their teenage age that it is fine for them to racially abuse others, and that there will be no punishment and consequences for such heinous conduct. In Milnerton High, a Black learner was instructed by teachers to kneel and bow down to a white learner following the physical alteration. These instances of racism are not only found within the education department as they cut across all government departments. The DA-led government sees nothing wrong about not having a working and implementable special planning policy in the province. When opportunities arose for this government to finally build inclusive social housing in the Tafelberg property for those who are less fortunate and address the long-standing special planning issues within the inner city, this DA-led government refused to do so and instead turned to the courts. After more than 20 years into the new dispensation, Western Cape has still not committed to any of non-racial society. The question which must still be asked is how many African and people of color were assisted by the government for purposes of restitution to get their land back within the borders of this province? How many emerging Black farmers are assisted annually to obtain land? What is the commitment to end mass killing in the congested Black townships? What is the government doing to eradicate racism in schools and beyond the education sector? There are some preliminary questions which must be asked if we are to continue speaking about non-racialism in this province. We cannot forget that it is the very same DA government that failed dismally to give people in the informal settlement water during the COVID-19.
Member, can you please finish your sentence? Thank you very much, Member Tergo. I now recognize the Honourable Maseko.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chairperson, the ANC has today called for a debate on a commitment to non-racialism, a commitment which was made in 1994 with much hope. Fast forward to today, and the same ANC that was entrusted with moving our nation forward following the scourge of apartheid has shown little progress in realizing this commitment. Let me tell you about the reality of what the ANC national government calls a commitment from a caring government. Let me tell you about the story of District 6 restitution. To date, ANC 5 presidents have failed in their promises to the people of District 6, who were forcibly removed under the Group Areas Act. Now, even Deputy President Mabuza went there recently to make promises. The people of District 6 have 28 years of broken promises. Of course, the national ministers in charge of this project have also carried on the ANC's empty promises year after year. Many claimants passed away with the hope that they will live to see the day when they would return to the home they were forcefully removed from. More than 300 million has been spent on this project, but claimants are still waiting for the national government to show that they are serious about the restitution and their commitment to non-racial and united South Africa. This mess is just one non-committed ANC that claims to care about correcting the special legacy left by apartheid. House Chair, let's talk about a government that cares, a government that goes beyond all expectations to give hope to all in this country. This DA government introduced the Inclusionary Housing Policy Framework as an innovative tool for fostering social cohesion and for redress that stimulates the upward mobility of previously disadvantaged communities. This framework also addresses inequalities in existing special planning that left many of these communities far from quality services and economic opportunities. The Inclusionary Housing Policy Framework will make sure that affordable housing opportunities are constructed as part of private property developments in high-value locations. With every new investment our government makes in infrastructure, including roads, public transport, and public amenities, property values go up. This can have the unintended effect of pricing lower-income citizens out of housing in the most sought-after locations. House Chair, this policy will therefore work to fix this problem and claim back some of that value that was created by government for the public good. The inclusionary housing requirement means that certain private projects will be required to provide a number of affordable housing opportunities alongside the more expensive real estate it is constructing. This requirement will be imposed as a condition of planning approval for selected projects. House Chair, these affordable housing opportunities will enable people to live, work, and play in their own neighborhoods without having to spend an unreasonable amount of their income on rent and transport. Living where you have access to schools, shops, jobs, and healthcare allows you to worry less about the basic necessities of life and focus on your own ambitions. Increased upward social mobility is one of the main benefits of this policy. And in a country where so many of our citizens still struggle, it is of the utmost importance. When you are living in a hub of economic activity, you have a much greater chance of finding a job in the formal sector with all of the accompanying securities and benefits it brings. The DA is committed to integrating people from different social backgrounds. House Chair, it is through living together as friends, as neighbors, that the true civic education takes place. It is crucial that people experience firsthand that we are first and foremost all people, regardless of our race or socio-economic standing. A society united through understanding and shared mutual respect, rather than divided by superficial differences, can focus its energy on the betterment of society as a whole, rather than fighting each other over what little there currently is. By engaging with the private sector to provide affordable housing opportunities in new developments, we are further emphasizing that a whole of society approach with government and the private sector working together is necessary to achieve great special justice. We are committed to encouraging the private sector through incentives and mutually beneficial deals to do their fair share in creating affordable housing opportunities. With government putting the necessary infrastructure in place to enable fast development, they can leverage those investments to ensure that this investment benefits our diverse population through effective spatial planning. The Western Cape government can only do so much with its available resources. What is needed to implement this policy to the benefit of everyone is centrally located land. In Cape Town alone, there are numerous parcels of land owned by the national government that are suitable for housing, such as Easterplaat Air Force Base and Wingfield Military Base. To address this, the ANC government must actually release suitable land to municipalities or the Western Cape government so we can construct more inclusive housing projects according to their better living model like Conradi Park. This will serve to show if they really are committed to fostering a non-racial South Africa. It is clear that through a non-racial approach to housing based on social responsibility and the economic upliftment of lower income individuals, the DA is doing more to address the legacy of apartheid special planning in this province than the ANC has ever has. Our inclusionary housing policy will change lives for the better on an individual level, and it has the potential to have a far-reaching impact on society as a whole as well. The DA believes in an open opportunity society for all, and that means persons' future prospects should never be determined only by their current social status and location. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maseko. I now recognize Honorable August.
Honorable Chairperson, South Africa's democracy was achieved through bloodshed, sacrifice, and tears. The pain of it being felt by our countrymen and women to this day and still affects every part of our lives. The new dawn promised to bring down inequality, access greater opportunities, and build a nation that reflects the aspirations of our people. Chair, a united South Africa will not use service delivery as an enabler for discrimination, not distinguish between the haves and the have-nots on the allocation of municipal budgets and resources, not use poverty to determine to what extent citizens need government support. DA-led municipalities in this province makes achieving a non-racial and united South Africa a pipe dream as their budget and IDPs sows further division, entrenches poverty, and criminalizes not having. How many citizens in this province experiences double standards when it comes to service delivery? How many rural municipalities sees growth in their affluent areas and the poorer communities are left behind? How many areas in the city of Cape Town are falling apart thinking about Langa, where concrete roads are still being used by the community, and Guguletu, where dilapidated infrastructure has been in use for decades? Homelessness is criminalized by this very city the DA uses as its benchmark for good governance. A city where a call to prayer is considered noise pollution. Honorable Chair, when it comes to unity and non-racialism, we need to accept cultural, religious, and traditional differences, build tolerance, and explore our diversity. DA-led municipalities have shown that sowing seeds of division is far more accepting than unifying differences. For South Africa to unite, DA municipalities in this province should commit a budget that reflects the needs of the have-nots, deliver equal services, and not discriminate against the majority poor.
Honorable
Thank you,
August.
Chair.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My leader, the ACDP President, Dr. Kenneth Meswe, once said, a piano keyboard cannot function optimally if you use only the white keys, nor can it make sweet music if you only use the black keys. There's a song, Ebony and Ivory, released in 1982, performed by Paul McCartney and Michael Jackson. The words of the songs are, Ebony and Ivory live together in perfect harmony. The moral of the story is that we need to work together to be harmonious in a tune with one another. We are all created equal and deserve to be treated equally in a country of our birth. However, peace, harmony, and prosperity.
Honorable Christians, please take your seat. Members on my right, you are being disruptive. Will you please allow Member Christians to... Do you raise a point of order, member? What is your point of order?
Point of order, because that song is by Steve Wonder, not Michael Jackson.
That is not a point of order.
Oh,
Thank you,
sorry.
Member Maseko. Please allow Member Christians. Please proceed, Member.
I can understand that the interjection is such important speech. We all created equal and deserve to be treated equally in the country. However, blessings that brings peace, harmony, and prosperity, we can only achieve that when we work together to improve the lives of all South Africans. This beautiful country that we so love have the potential to go to even greater heights. Don said, no one is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of a continent and part of the main. Dr. Martin Luther King, leader of the civil rights movement in America, said, the world is a neighborhood, but not a brotherhood. As a devoted Christian, my reference point will always come from the word of God. Revelations 21 verse 5. He was seated on the throne and said, I am making all things new. Only when we let go of the past and move ahead for a better future, we will see things change
Member Christians.
in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Chair.
much. I recognize the Honorable Minister Mitchell.
Thank you. Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Chair, it's my pleasure and honor to address this House to reaffirm to you the DA government's commitment, as well as our crucial mission to improve the lives of the people of the Western Cape. Chairperson, the political landscape has dramatically changed in South Africa in the last few years, affecting the lives and livelihoods of the people of the Western Cape. This government has always been committed to and has been at the center of building a non-racial and united South Africa. Chair, we do so because we are a caring government that puts the people first in everything that we do. As the members already know, the DA-led Western Cape government is the only government with programs and support to the previously disadvantaged communities through the empowerment initiatives in the transport sector. Chair, since the pandemic, the Western Cape government, through the Department of Transport and Public Works, has made remarkable progress in building new and stronger partnerships with the minibus taxi industry. Chair, I specifically mentioned the minibus taxi industry because it's the only mode of public transport that is not supported by the national government, not even, Chair, in ANC-run provinces. Chair, this mode of transport is mostly used by previously disadvantaged citizens and connects them with economic opportunities. Chair, as the Premier announced, my newly established Ministry of Mobility will, among other things, be tackling the challenges of a failing transport system that hurts our economy, undermines our safety, and prevents the realization of the dignity our residents deserve. Chair, as part of this effort to address the ongoing transport challenges in the Western Cape, we are working towards establishing the Western Cape Transport Authority, which will work to significantly improve public transport by developing a safe, reliable, and affordable system for the citizens of this province. Chair, it will drive integration between rail, bus, the minibus taxi industry, and other modes of public transport, working with local authorities and public transport operators to achieve this. Chairperson, this government has been investing in technology for a number of years. Through focused efforts and the use of technology, we were able to transform the way provincial traffic, for example, works. As many of you would recall, Chair, it would normally have taken an officer up to 40 minutes to complete a vehicle inspection and to issue a fine in the past. Now, Chair, it takes a traffic officer around 6 minutes to do so. Our technology has improved the way traffic officers work and has led to improvements in both efficiency and effectiveness. We are not only improving the lives, but also the working conditions of the people of this province, Chair. We were, however, pushed further by the very trying circumstances of the pandemic to improve the lives of the people through empowerment programs. We have repurposed our technology to enable the Red Dot Light Service to transport health workers from hospitals to their neighborhoods in the evenings, and Red Dot Service to transport people from and to isolation and quarantine facilities. Chairperson, this service was used by people who are depending on public transport to travel to and from work. In this technology that enabled us to launch the Blue Dot taxi service pilot. As tabled in the House, Chair, during my budget speech in March, Blue Dot provides an amount of an additional 70 million rand for the undertaking of a collaborative and an orderly winding down and evaluation of the Blue Dot taxi pilot. Over the last year, Chair, we have worked tirelessly with the minibus taxi industry, and we will continue to do so to change behavior, service quality improvements, and formalization in the interest of the citizens of this province. Chairperson, I want to speak about transport arrangements that don't have to be in large scale only in order to make a difference in the lives of the citizens. The Provincial Sustainable Transport Program that was identified by the department to support the development and the implementation of sustainable transport systems in the Western Cape is the Bicycle Project. This program, Chair, aims to develop transport systems through forming partnerships with key stakeholders, including with local municipalities, communities, and businesses. I personally, Chair, have handed over bicycles in area and communities such as Grassy Park and other communities across this province. The first such partnership, Chair, was established between the department and Stellenbosch municipality as far back as 2016. We currently have similar partnerships with the Overstrand and Swartland municipalities. Chairperson, this focus is on improving the conditions for walking and cycling. Within the Western Cape non-metros, Chair, 35% of people walk to work as their primary mode of transport, and 46% of learners walk to school.
Minister, may I please ask that you conclude?
In closing, Chair, I want to thank every single person in every single stakeholder that makes sure that we change the lives of the citizens in this province. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Mitchell. I recognize the Honourable Lekker.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I-ANC ithabathe lithuba ukwenza ilizwi lombulelo kumalungu alendlu athe ayinxalenye yezingxoxo. Namhlanje sibonile ukuba amanye amalungu amephi kwikamva lelizwe lethu elimanyeneyo nelingenabuhlanga. Njengamalungu e-ANC sihlala sizingca ngembali yethu. Siyazi apho sivela khona kwaye siyazi apho sifuna ukuya khona. Xa uJohn Langa Libalele Dube, uPixlika Isaka Kaseme kunye noSolplatyi phakathi kwabanye babedibene kwindawo eyaziwa ngeMangaung ngoku kwiminyaka eyi-110 eyadlulayo, babesazi ukuba injongo yabo yayikukujonga umanyano kubantu boMzantsi Afrika. Noxa njengenene lo mbutho wawusekwe ukuba umele isininzi sabantsundu, ezi nkokheli zabantu bakuthi zazisazi ukuba xa zidibene namaNgesi awayebhengeze imanyano yoMzantsi Afrika kwiminyaka nje emibini edlulileyo, kwakunye namabhulu awayefikelele kwisivumelwano nelizwe laseBritane ukuba kunye namakhaladi namaNdiya, ama-Afrika nawo kwakufuneka abe nombutho oya kuba lilizwi labantu baseAfrika. Esinye sezigqibo eziphambili zaloo nkomfa yayikukuqala eyayiseMangaung yayikukuthumela igqiza kwikumkani yaseNgilani ukuya kuchaza umba wokuba uninzi lwama-Afrika kwakufuneka kwakhe lufuna ukuba yinxalenye yekamva lokuzinziswa kwelizwe, ngakumbi emva kwemfazwe ye-Anglo-Boer War. Oku kumelwa kwabantu baseAfrika kwakuza kufikelela kuvuthondaba xa ngo-1955 umbutho wenkongolo ukuquka iintlanga zone wawudibana eKliptown ubhengeza ukuba uMzantsi Afrika ngowabo bonke abantu abahlala kuyo, abantsundu nabamhlophe. Isizathu sokuba sithanda ukuphinda-phinda le mbali kungokuba xa ungayazi imbali yakho kwaye ukuba awufundi kuyo kungenzeka uba uyiphinde.
Honourable Lekker, we have lost you.
Cape. We have come from Bantustans. We do not want to go back to it. Today, we have people in this province who are pushing for federalism and independence because they want to take this country and this province in particular back to a racist past. We therefore welcome the commitment made by those who spoke here today to ensuring the non-racial and united South Africa we wish to build for our own children. House Chairperson, it would be amiss of me to also not mention that the understanding of the name African in the minds of our leaders meeting in Mangaung in 1912 went well beyond the borders of our country. The ANC was to be understood and continues to be understood as an African organization, furthering the dreams and aspirations of all African people on the African continent. Yet it is ironic that first African liberation movement to be founded on the African continent was the country in which liberation would be tasted last. When President Thabo Mbeki therefore promoted the African Renaissance, he did so being fully aware of the historic mission of the ANC to unite the peoples of Africa. In the light of this, the xenophobia and hatred shown towards fellow Africans in our country must be condemned as much as this racist push to separate the Western Cape from the rest of South Africa and indeed Africa. The Western Cape, based on this history of the indigenous people of this province, was and will always be part of Africa. Ayisiso isiqithi sase-Europe kwilizwekazi lase-Afrika. Siyawancoma amaqela kunye nabantu abakhoyo namhlanje abathe bazibophelela ekuqinisekeni ukuba siyawakha lo Mzantsi Afrika ungenacalucalulo nomanyeneyo owawucingwa ziinkokheli ezazihlangene eMangaung ngo-1912. Kwiminyaka e-110 emva koko, thina sisesizukulwana kufuneka siqinisekise ukuba siyaqhubekeka silwela uMzantsi Afrika omnye omanyeneyo kwaye asiyi kuthethelela iBantustan ezazisekelwe kwaye zihleli zisekelwe ubuhlanga. Enkosi kakhulu kubo bonke abantu abathe bathabatha inxaxheba kule ngxoxo namhlanje. Ndiyabulela sihlalo.
Enkosi kakhulu, Member Lekker. I now recognize the Honourable Brinkhuis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, it is absurd that in 2022 we still must debate for a commitment from this DA-run province for a non-racial and united South Africa. We are confronted with concerted efforts by the DA in the Western Cape to take the province back to the brutal system of apartheid. By saying this, Al-Jamaa does not insinuate that we will have notice boards up stating whites only in the blankers. No, these discriminatory boards are already in other forms such as no integrated spatial planning, farm workers evictions. We're just different, as a DA demonstrated recently in support of Ukraine. The shameless efforts by the DA province to separate the Western Cape from the rest of South Africa is an insult to our forefathers who were brought in chains as slaves and have fought colonialism. It's an insult to our freedom fighters who paid the ultimate sacrifice with their lives for a just, liberated, anti-racist and united South Africa. We take note with deep concern that Cape Town is already known to be South Africa's most segregated city in terms of social stratification and spatial developments. This province has proved that it lacks the political will to rid the city from the apartheid legacy, to effectively tackle the problems of crime, gangsterism, and drug dens on the Cape Flats. Its failure to accommodate unplaced learners at former Model C schools. In fact, the Education Department rather returned 400 million rand to the provincial treasury instead of spending it on education. The high housing waiting lists, unemployment, and the increasing rate of inequality and poverty. This province is not well governed. It is far from economic independence. And even if it was so, it remains part of an anti-racist and united South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Brinkhuis. I now recognize Honourable Maree. Achtbare Pieter Maree.
Sorry. I'm just trying to put off this. Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus commits itself to uphold the Constitution in its entirety. But the Constitution is not the panacea for all our political ailments and problems. The constant plea for non-racialism is proof that even after 28 years of ANC rule, they failed to achieve it. The ANC has failed to win the hearts of all South African people because its focus is only to keep the hearts of the blacks. The ANC failed to win the hearts of the other people. The ANC blacks fill the cabinet, nobody else. BEE, sport quotas, Africanization of the civil service, feeds racism and highlights it in big alphabetical letters, creating anger and social disputes. I want to remind the Honorable Lekker and the ANC satellite, Al Jamaa, the Freedom Charter adopted by black people, coloreds, whites, and Indians. It's not the ANC's charter.
Honorable Marais,
It says,
Honorable Marais,
shut this.
please take your seat. Honorable Syed, is that a point of order?
Chair, no, it's a request. Is the Honourable former Premier willing to take a question?
Is the satellite of the
If I
DA.
have time.
Leave the satellite of the
Thank
DA.
you, Honorable Syed.
Let's quote the Freedom Charter. The Freedom Charter was adopted by blacks, coloreds, Indians, and whites. And it says the rights of all people of Africa to independence and self-governance shall be recognized and shall be the basis of close cooperation. I'm sure nobody will argue the whites, coloreds, and Indians are not people, so they don't have those rights. Let's go for it. Free the Cape. The people of the question, Western Cape demands it. Freedom is not something.
Honorable Marais, please conclude. Finish your sentence.
What? It can't be.
Yes, sir. That is the case, Honorable Member. I will allow you to finish your sentence.
This is disgusting. Kwame Nkrumah said of Ghana, freedom is not something that one people can bestow on another as a gift. The people claim it as their own, and no one should keep them from it.
Thank you, Honorable Marais. Please take your seat. I now recognize the Honorable Minister Marais.
I don't believe it.
Thank you, House Chair. It has been widely shown that both arts and culture and sport have the ability to create social cohesion, to bring dignity and hope, and to foster a culture of respect towards others. Our Department of Culture Affairs and Sport has done much work in both these spheres to ensure that we promote a non-racial and united province and ultimately South Africa. Theatre brings diverse audiences together to share in storytelling and practice various arts. Theatre can also be a space of great healing as people are given the opportunity to tell their stories and process their trauma. We are committed to supporting spaces where artists can grow and share their talents. Our department presents drama workshops throughout the province, where young aspiring actors, directors, and writers are mentored and given the opportunity to showcase their work to actors currently in the industry. The winners of these showcases are then given the opportunity to present their work to a larger audience as part of the Zabalaza and Zuidooster festivals. Through this, we support our youth from various areas across the province to grow and develop their talents, to network with others in this environment, and to meet their heroes. We simultaneously support economic growth in the province through partnering with these important festivals, which provide job opportunities as well as encourage tourism. Chair, we saw the enormous impact of the Rugby World Cup in 2019 in uniting the people of our country, and we supported the Springboks in their journey to win the cup. People across South Africa united to support the team and to eventually welcome them home as champions. Sport has the ability to unite people across race and social groups. Sport also teaches important values of respect and fair competition. Belonging to a team gives individuals a sense of worth and that they are contributing to something bigger than themselves. Our South African women's cricket team's recent milestone of reaching the semi-final of the Women's Cricket World Cup also showed how playing as a team can bring a diverse group of people together to achieve great success. It is crucial that we continue supporting all sport in our country, as it is one of the most important tools in bringing people together. Next year, we will host the Netball World Cup in Cape Town. Over the past 3 years, our department has been providing financial support to municipalities across the province to upgrade their netball facilities and to encourage the growth of the sport. The hosting of the Netball World Cup next year will not only bring in enormous economic benefits, but will also encourage our youth to take up the sport and become the stars of tomorrow. Chair, we believe in the power of communities telling their stories and having their voices heard. Our museum service has recently launched a few exhibitions that tell the histories of communities that were previously not shared. It is essential in moving towards a united country that we ensure that all people can see the history of their communities reflected in our country's museums. We are also building up a collection of recorded oral histories, which are being recorded in communities across the province. This collection of video recordings tells the stories of all the people of our province. By doing this, we are ensuring that all the voices from our communities are heard, and these stories are preserved for generations to come. It is essential that we listen to all the voices of the past so that we can do better in the future. Language is also one of the most powerful tools in crossing divides and empowering people. Our department is committed to ensuring equal representation for all languages through our Western Cape language policy. We have produced free rule books for sport in isiXhosa for the codes of chess, cricket, and netball. These rule books were the first of their kind and created more accessibility for these codes. In addition to that, we have recently worked with the University of the Western Cape to support the development of the first trilingual CAPS dictionary. Our department has also supported the Khoi and San communities in projects aimed at promoting and preserving these important indigenous languages. In supporting the development of various languages, we are ensuring that we make our services accessible to all the people of our province and that no person is left behind in accessing opportunities due to a language barrier. Our department is also committed to close the opportunity gap for youth in our schools. Our after-school program is not only working to ensure that learners get extra support academically and emotionally, but it is also offering employment opportunities for youth who are just out of school. Chair, I have only given a snapshot of the work that we are doing towards fostering social cohesion in our province. Our department is working across various spheres to ensure that we create a society that is non-racial and united. The power of sport and the arts to connect people cannot and should never be underestimated. We also should not underestimate the value of these spheres to the mental and physical well-being of all the people of our country. Franklin Thomas said, "One day our descendants will think it incredible that we paid so much attention to things like the amount of melanin in our skin or the shape of our eyes or our gender, instead of the unique identities of each of us as complex human beings." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister Maree. I now recognize the Honourable Maran.
Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible, member. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Speaker, the Acting Speaker, House Chairperson, and Premier, Leader of Opposition. Chair, before I get into my speech, let me quickly respond to some of the issues. The Honourable Summers, Chair, mentioned and made it clear that the DA is the only party basically that speaks to the spatial injustices of our people. In 2021, there was a study, Chair, and people of Blakkiesdorp made it clear the hellhole that they are living in, which is known for crime like drugs and your gangsterism. Those are basically when the embassy speak about the social injustice, what they deliver to people of the Western Cape. The Honorable Maseko Chair speaks about a promise to the people of this country and the DA, the only party that came to deliver that to that province. Just yesterday we visited Drakenstein, houses that belong to this province. And a fight between the Drakenstein municipality and this province about who should come and relieve the circumstances as those people are staying in. No water and no toilets. Toilets still far away from their houses. Chair, the Honorable Christians, you are correct when you say that the song by Paul McCartney and Stevie Wonder, Ebony and Ivory, where the Honorable Maseko contested by saying it was Michael Jackson. It was not. But again, it shows you how the DA wanted to twist it. The history of our people. It was indeed Paul McCartney and Stevie Wonder. The Honorable Mitchell spoke about taxis and how this province is the only province that care for the taxi industry. The Honorable Mitchell must thank the Honorable Fikile Mbalula, who last year came to his rescue, where he ran chair up and down like a headless chicken, not know what to do when people were killing each other in this province. He must thank the Honorable Mbalula. Also, Chair, the Honorable Murray, I've listened to him when he spoke last week, and where he basically indicated his support for the Cape Forum. And when he basically, Chair, make it clear that he support that particular forum, it reminds me of the driekamer stelsel wat was, en waar die Honorable Pieter Murray deel was. Gewoond aan krummels wat van die tafel afval. The same year now with AfriForum, where they said that we're going to create your own table as long as you're not sitting next to our table. So it was not strange when the Honorable Barre made it clear that they are supporting the Cape Forum that basically going to target colored people. Voorzitter, net soos die achtbare dag wens ek ook vandag om op te staan om hulde te bring aan die voormalige president Nelson Mandela en professor Z.K. Matthews. Dis hartseer dat saam met hulle herdenkings in die maand van Mei die herdenking van die tertafellegging van die presidentsiële raad se eerste verslag gelewer was onder voorsitterskap van Dennis Warren. Dit was in Mei 1982 de eerste keer dat die regering van P.W. Botha aangebied was met 'n verslag wat voorgestel het 'n stelsel van demokrasie vir wit, kleerling en Indiërs, waarvan die Honorable Murray deel was. Die driekamerstelsel het sodoende 40 jaar gelede in hierdie maand begin. En wat hartseer is dat sommige mense in hierdie huis nog steeds vasgevang is aan hierdie rassistiese denkwyse waarop die driekamerstelsel gebaseer was. Die driekamerstelsel was so wreedagtig dat tot vandag toe is daar sekere kleerlinge en Indiërs wat nog steeds dink hulle is beter as ander swart mense. Die driekamerstelsel was so wreedagtig dat tot vandag toe is daar sekere kleerlinge en Indiërs wat nog steeds glo dat hulle minderwaardig is teenoor wit mense en moet daarom regeer word deur wit mense. Die driekamerstelsel was so wreedagtig dat tot vandag toe glo sekere wit is dat hulle die eienaars is van swart mense in hierdie land. Dieselfde mense wat nog steeds ly van die wreedagtige breinbespoeling van die verlede, bevorder federalisme en gaan nog verder om 'n onafhanklike Weskaap te bevorder. Voorsitter, tot vandag toe is daar nog steeds mense in die huis en in die provinsie wat terugwens vir die dae van die driekamerstelsel. Tot vandag toe kan hulle dit nie aanvaar om gelei te word deur 'n swart president nie. Tot vandag toe kan hulle dit nie aanvaar om nasionaal deur die ANC gelei te word. Vir hulle om gelei te word deur swart mense is 'n bitterpil om te sluk. Baie bitterpil. Daarom vandag vir hulle vir onafhanklikheid vir die Weskaap. Moet dit ons verras dat nie elke swart mens vorentoe gekom het in ondersteuning van hierdie rassistiese poging om ons provinsie terug te vat na die verlede. Inderdaad is die Weskaap as gevolg van sy geskiedenis 'n unieke provinsie. Dit was hier in die Kaap waar ons eerste gevegte van verzet beklei was en waar die eerste volksmoord uitgevoer was in die sin.
You have to wrap up the last sentence.
Yes. Die Weskaap was en sal altyd 'n integrale deel wees van die van Suid-Afrika en ons sal beklei teen onafhanklikheid soos ons beklei het teen aparte
Thank you very much,
van
Honorable
apartheid.
Member.
Dankie voorsitter.
Thank you very much.
I was saying now 3 minutes.
I now recognize Honorable Mackenzie.
Thank you, House Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Dartmoor, for bringing this very beautiful debate to the House. Honorable House Chairperson, in considering my words today, I've asked myself a simple question. What can be done to unite this nation that so often finds itself divided? I came up with some immediate answers. Love, tolerance, empathy, loyalty, and patriotism, but not blind patriotism. I think these are the basic fundamentals we can ensure that South Africa succeeds. But I took my question further and I found an article which actually detailed the debate that Honorable Dartmoor put on today to ask various social media users the same question. One person by the name of Kokai Mareka said, and I quote, "Tolerance is key. We must learn to understand each other. One must not hate or belittle the next person based on his or her heritage," close quote. Honorable House Chairperson, I could not have put this better myself. We must work together not to see our differences, but to embrace the undeniable potential we have when we work together. And the values that will unite us require a commitment from each and every member of society to make this country better. But sadly, Honorable House Chairperson, as we heard from now Honorable Maran, many members have demonstrated, and Member Lekker, and as Honorable Marais indicated, the satellite station of the ANC member Brinkhuis, that they are not yet ready to unite South Africa based on the input that they have said. They are not heeding the call of tolerance and not belittling the next person that Hokai Mareka said on social media. Let's speak to Honorable Dartmoor, Honorable House Chairman. Is his common cause?
Honorable Member, can you take a seat? Is that a point of order, Honorable Member?
Honorable Chair, is Honorable Mackenzie willing to confirm if the EFF is the satellite station of the DA? Thank you.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, House President. Let's just, Honorable House Chairperson, can you
Honorable
protect me,
Member.
please? You just wasted 30 seconds of my time.
Honorable Member Mackenzie, you may continue.
Let me just speak to Honorable Bayu, House Chairman, Honorable August. The call to prayer, as the Muslim Judicial Council has themselves issued a statement, but the Good Party, another satellite of the ANC, continue with their not truth narrative. It is not considered noise pollution. The MJC and Member Khalid didn't even make an issue because he fully understand the issue, but the non-Muslims, Member August and the satellite station, are making an issue out of it. It is bizarre. Honorable Dartmoor, I love the fact that you quote ZK Matthews. But interestingly, honorable members of this House, Member Dartmoor was very quiet. When the son of the ZK Matthews, which was the CEO of PRASA, was dismissed by the ANC for standing up for corruption. The values that ZK Matthews...
Honorable Member Mackenzie.
Chair, it is out of order for the Honorable Mackenzie to address the Honorable Leader of the Opposition directly. He must address through you. Thank you.
Okay, I will make sure that I listen attentively.
Sorry, House Chairperson.
Honorable Mackenzie, just tread carefully. I will listen to you. You may continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you, House Chairperson, via you.
Honorable Member, is a point of order?
Order, Chair. Chair, could you make a ruling on whether it is parliamentary to refer to another member as an inanimate object like a satellite? I mean, Honourable Member Brinkhuis is a person, but he's being referred to as a satellite, which is an inanimate object.
Honorable Member, I will have to go back to the Hansard. I didn't hear that one. I'll come back to rule on that one. Let's allow Honorable Member to continue. Honorable Chair.
Also refer to you as an inanimate object as Chair, so it should be acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable members, you've been going on so nicely debating. So let's stick to this so that we can continue with the order of the day.
Thank you,
Honorable
House Chairperson. Yes, so it was So Honorable Dagmar Bayu, House Chairperson, should have continued in this, in the spirit of Z.K. Matthews, and should have stood up when the son of Z.K. Matthews was removed by the PRASA board for standing up for corruption. The reason the trains in the Western Cape are still standing, because the chairperson of PRASA, of which the whole PRASA board, including Remeta Matlakane of the ANC support, has removed a man that could have gotten our trains back. So he should just continue in the spirit. Secondly, Z.K. Matthews, in a speech he delivered in 1972, and I quote him, he said, I was not opposed to Africans buying a farm, Africans buying a house, and Africans cultivating a garden to profitability. The ANC wanted to expropriate land without compensation. How do you support the vision of Z.K. Matthews if you diagonally opposed to his vision, his policies, and his values? That is absolutely bizarre, Honorable Speaker. And the EFF, the less said about, the better. They themselves want to expropriate land without compensation and consistently go against
Honorable
the
members,
values of commitment to
Honorable
racialism.
member, may you sit down? Honorable members, I think those members that are online, they can't hear anything that honorable member have said. And I hope that maybe if possible, because immediately if we interject and we make noise that we drown the speaker, that means we have to stop and allow the member to repeat what he said for the sake of the members that are listening. So let's try to be mindful that the members that are online, they can hear what the speaker is saying. You may continue, Honorable Member.
Chairperson, I'm being stopped severely. I hope my time is being kept. And going back to the EFF and the Good Party, Chairperson, the DA maintained many homeless shelters, including the revamped former Robbie Nurak site with this county being revamped. And coming to the EFF, Honorable House Chairperson, not the EFF, the ACDPC, it is bizarre. In the ACDP speech, he talks about people must be treated equally and fairly, but we know that there's gas for homosexual individuals. We know he talked about it in this house, by the way. So it's bizarre that he used such a statement, we must be treated equally, except certain people. That's why they have in brackets in their policies. So I wouldn't use them as a beacon for commitment to run racialism and sexuality. Honorable House Speaker, these debates talk about complete commitment. And I want to raise the issue of that member Maran raised. It was the DA member, Dalen Mitchell.
Honorable Member, you may say
Just a point of order, House Chair. The Honourable Mackenzie was addressing, through you, of course, the Honourable Member of the ACDP. But the Honourable Member of the ACDP was not paying attention at all. And I don't think he actually heard what was being said to him.
Honorable, I think Honorable Member, it's not necessary for you to be a spokesperson. You would have raised the point of order if it was necessary. So we are going to continue.
Thank you, House Chairperson. You have to protect me because this become frivolous now, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, it was Honorable Mitchell. If it wasn't for his hard work, and we appreciate the support that Minister Mbalula has given, but to this day, we have 5% convictions on the 88 murders that has taken place last year, which is led by the ANC, the Department of Justice. That is the travesty of building a non-racial and non-committed South African. Honorable Deputy Speaker, by not allocating resources, we can prevent what's happening in Khayelitsha. The ANC, right now we're talking about 20% under-resourcing of police. You cannot build a society of non-racialism and of commitment if you don't allocate the right resources. By not stopping from stealing from the people of the country, you're not committing to a non-racial South Africa. By not having stable and economic policies. By not dealing with exclusionary housing, which the DA Western Cape has done. If you look at F694 in Mitchell's Plain, you're talking 50% of people from Khayelitsha, 50% of people from Mitchell's Plain are going to occupy the land. That is how you deal with non-racialism and commitment. And none of the ANC countrywide has any of these policies. By not dealing with the failing state-owned enterprises, SAA, PRASA, that is not how you committing to building South Africa. And I have to repeatedly bring up the National Museum policy, Honorable House Chairperson. Since 1996, the policy has not been completely finalized to deal with all our cultural and heritage institutions. And that is how you build a non-racial and non-racial South Africa and a united South Africa. Thank you, Member Dagmar. Because via you, Honorable House Chairperson, the ANC likes to scapegoat minorities. The ANC likes to blame everything that's wrong in this country on minorities. It is the DA that consistently look at things that can unite us as a country. But the ANC don't want to go that way. Just in this week, they announced another 22 million rand on building a flagpole. A flagpole that should be spent on policing, on housing for the poor. That's how you unite South Africa. Honorable House Chairperson, I would like to close this debate but on a more positive note by highlighting some of the things that we have done as a government. The Honorable Tertius Summers spoke earlier on about inclusionary housing, shared by my colleague Mahlodi Maseko, who you are now the House Chairperson. That's how you build a united and committed. Finish off.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll finish. We've allocated billions of rands to that, Chairperson. Honorable House Chairperson, that shows the DA difference. It shows our commitment to building an open, united, and non-racial South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. That concludes the debate on this subject. Honorable Member?
Honorable House Chair, I just want to ask a question of clarity, and perhaps the tabling staff can look at it and you can consult them, just in the context of fairness. The Honorable Mare wasn't very happy when his time was cut. Now, I just wanted to, because I picked up, if it could just be stated to us, did the clock start for the Honorable former Premier when his name was called out or when he started speaking? I just wanted to get that sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I think we will try to send you the Hansard, and I think the staff, the table staff, they'll do that so that we can check everything from the Hansard. I know we, as all members, we do receive. Honorable Member Mare, I recognize your hand.
Thank you, Speaker. To add to that, I feel disgusted because I also started my clock. And I told them I was fiddling because my phone was ringing and I tried to switch it off when the man's name was called. I timed myself. It was only about 1 minute, 30 seconds that I spoke. And every time when that person, the honorable member is in the chair, this happens. And I want to lodge my complaint and my disappointment at every time when the honorable member is in the chair, my time is cut. And I would like to also thank the Honourable Member Said for bringing it up. How can my clock show 1:30 and their clock show 2 minutes?
Honorable Member, I do hear you. Like I said, I'll give the same response. We'll look at the Hansard. It will be sent to you, and then you'll see if the presiding officer. As always, we get the guidance from the table staff with the time. They do have the clock in front of them. So as per the record, it will say 3 minutes, and is then that we can take it from there after you listen to the Hansard, and then you have seen if that was the 3 minutes as it was stated by the 2 minutes, yeah, as it was stated. So, if we can agree to that, that will be the ruling for now. We cannot continue. We have to continue with the business of the day. Honorable Member Said, is that still?
Check, and it maybe just be made a bit clearer as to how exactly will the Hansard assist us.
Okay,
Because,
there is a timing. Okay. Honorable Member, so usually in the Hansard, when you listen, you'll see the time. So from when the person speaks until when they end on their speech, you'll see the time, how many minutes have gone through, and that will be assessed. And I tend to believe that already I've done the ruling on that. If there's anything, I tend to believe the whips, they can sit to check if there is anything untowards concerning the time that is allocated to different members of the parties. Member Said.
And I hope that I'm not, I don't think I'm holding the session back unnecessarily, just in the context of fairness. I mean, we are all equal in this house, regardless of the amount of seats we have. But in the instance that the Hansard indicates, or through the Hansard reading, that Member Mare was actually cut short, will he be given that extra time in another speech? Because, I mean, That's the point here. That's why we ask it now. So that, because the member clearly didn't, I mean, in his perspective, he didn't get to complete his speech within the time.
Okay, honorable member, let's not make assumptions of what may or may not happen. Take the timing, listen to him when you have the timing clock, and then we'll take it from there. Let's continue with the business of the day. The interpellations are to follow. We now proceed to the interpellation as printed on the question paper, and I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness, Minister Mbombo.
Thank you, House Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Honorable.
I've got load shedding here. I won't be able to do the camera. Thank you, on the prepared. And during the ad hoc committee for the COVID, we're always presenting this. Just a quick one. Our department has established a clear monitoring and trigger system to track, which is based on our past experiences in relation to hospitalization and oxygen. The key triggers are based on admissions and oxygen use, which are both well below where they were during previous waves. The COVID and also the persons, people that are under investigation cases currently make up only 7% of all available acute general hospital capacity, which is in both in metro and also in the rural regional hospital drainage areas. Our past experience have also enabled us to acquire additional oxygen when needed, for which we have agreements in place with the necessary service providers. Two, we also have been able to have opened additional bed capacity at our intermediate care hospitals, such as Mitchell's Plain, Hospital of Hope, if in case we need those. And also, third one is about appointing additional staff on contract where required. So those three are in place just in case. COVID will not go away with any time soon. So to eventually defeat it, we must eradicate it. The same as with the polio, same as with TB, we must continuously work against these viruses. Our main aim remains to ensure we have as many people as possible vaccinated and then get boosted with additional doses. Of course, we do know that vaccination won't prevent for you to be reinfected or to be infected, but at least the evidence is there. It reduces hospitalization and also the deaths. The booster vaccines increases our level of immunity, making us more resistant to contracting and transmitting the coronavirus. Whilst we're expecting a fifth wave this winter, it is impossible to predict how severe it will be. Vaccination and natural immunity are protective, but the big unknown is a new variant and whether it will cause severe disease or not. There's much we can as individuals to keep healthy and prevent transmission to others. To date, we have administered about 5.3 million vaccines, with more than 2.5 million people already been receiving their full primary series and almost 3 million people having received their first dose. To add further protection, more than 450,000 people have taken up the opportunity to receive their booster dose, along with 61,500 healthcare workers and 9,858 people living with immunocompromised conditions have received their additional dose. Although we no longer have a state of disaster, as you are aware, it is very important we continue protecting ourselves and others. We have also heard about long COVID. It is real, it is there, the long overhaul. Long COVID is very real. Many people who experience mild infection suffer from fatigue and cough for many weeks to months afterwards, impacting their quality of life. This has long and personal implications on one's health. We can be able to avoid it by getting the vaccination. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I now recognize the EFF. Member Kalko.
Yeah, thanks, House Chair. And thanks for the response from the Minister. Ours is that I'll say that there have been complaints recently amongst the residents of Makassar regarding the treatment of patients by staff members at the Makassar Day Hospital. This is as a result of long queues and as well as the treatment of physically impaired and the elderly and as well as children that they are subjected to by staff members. And this leads also results in alterations that are taking place there and patients fighting among themselves and sometimes harassing the staff members of the health department. So now what we want to understand is that what is the department's policy with regards to giving preference to the elderly and the disabled and those in wheelchairs, especially and the children? And also, is there a customer number care training that is provided to healthcare workers and those working within the precinct of these health institutions in order to do away with the challenges that are facing, such as agitation and aggression that patients result in? And also, what is the department doing to make sure that the online appointment system in community health care centers operate optimally? Thanks very much, House.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now recognize the GA, Honorable Member Philander.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you to the Minister for providing clarity on the matter. Here in the Western Cape, we know that our province has the leadership to ensure proactivity against future COVID-19 waves. Already for this year, Chairperson, the Department of Health and Wellness has been allocated 777 million for the continuation of the COVID-19 response. This is in addition to the more than 198 million which will be used for the vaccination program. Chairperson, more after centralizing the procurement of PPE in 2020-21, the Western Cape was able to set up a complete warehouse with PPE valued at 80 million rand. So we know that we have the capacity and the resources to effectively deal with future waves. But as the Minister said, COVID will be with us for the foreseeable future and will require us to continually work in order for it to be defeated and eradicated. Chairperson, our efforts must be focused on everyone receiving the life-saving vaccines, which have proven to prevent high degrees of hospitalizations and deaths. This requires every one of us to get fully vaccinated and to convince those who are still skeptical about the vaccine. Only then will we be completely safeguarded against the virus. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize the ANC Member Van Vogel.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay.
Can you hear me, House Chairperson?
You may go on, Honorable Member.
Thank you so much. House Chairperson, there is every indication that the province will reach the first wave soon. The positivity rate is increasing. The province now has over 10,000 active COVID-19 cases. It's only a matter of time before people start experiencing severe symptoms and in need of hospitalization. The provincial government is here to relocate thousands of informal settlement dwellers who are supposed to move in 2020 already. There are no basic services in many informal settlements that were established during the pandemic. These will add to the risk of rapid spread. MEC, what are the plans to mitigate the spread in informal settlements? House Chairperson, there is no sense of urgency on the part of the provincial government to put mitigation measures in place to deal with this resurgence. In the 2022-2023 budget, there is 200 million of COVID response reserve. In addition, To these funds, the department has also been allocated over 777 million for continuation of COVID-19 response, as well as over 198 million for vaccination programs. House Chairperson, when will the funds in COVID response reserve be released? What is the over 975 million spent on when the department has been closing down field hospitals and vaccine sites and laying off staff? The HOD must not allow these funds to be wasted on quick fixes and agency personnel. They must be spent to improve the public healthcare system and opening vaccine sites in poor working class community. Our public healthcare is in shambles. It is only through the full implementation of the NHI that we can address a lot of issues.
Honorable Member,
our healthcare system. When will the MC stop its opposition to NHI? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now recognize the EFF. Honorable Member Kego.
Thanks, House Chair. It is now clear that a huge bulk of the 2022-2023 budget allocated to the Provincial Department of Health will be spent on infrastructure. So we would like to know what is the scale of the infrastructure project taking place in both Grooteskier and Tygerberg hospitals? And are there sections of these hospitals that are still cordoned off as a result of these developments? And if any, how will they affect service delivery in these hospitals should these hospitals experience pressure related increasing numbers of COVID infections? Thanks very much, House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now recognize Minister Mbombo.
Thank you, colleagues, for the input. The question you asked, it was about how prepared is her department to deal with a possible fifth wave of COVID. Now, it becomes a challenge in regard to, for me, to respond to others that are not within this question. For example, about the infrastructure related to the Tygerberg. And also the issues that you also alluded to in terms of the queues. However, in terms of the linking, I could be able to say that indeed we are integrating the COVID and non-COVID services, as we have seen already that we are busy with. And also, it's not only at a clinic or at a health facility, but also we still also provide others outside, for example, through the vaccinating, so that we don't, we try to create, to avoid a situation where there are many of these long queues. Unfortunately, the long queues will still be there because we cannot put everyone in the waiting room because of not knowing in terms of how will the variant will be, and also because there is an evidence that COVID is spread through, it's airborne. So you cannot, and you cannot be saying that avoid gatherings, overcrowding, and yet within our health system, we encourage overcrowding. So the open air system will still remain, but we appeal to other sectors like the municipality, ward councillors, and anyone, the businesses, to assist us with the after dark in some of these areas, because especially now it's in winter, it's raining. From our side, we are actually, in response to the appointment system, we're actually encouraging the people to use the appointment system when they are not, it's not an emergency, but people mustn't come, all of them, 6 a.m., 7 a.m., everyone is there, because it's still that traditional thing that I want to be there first, because we have to spread it, like others must come at 10, others at 12, others at 2, until it closes, so that to avoid those kind of the long queues. On the issues of how do we, yes, indeed, Member Van Voorfel, the issue of the fifth wave, technically speaking, it should be, we're supposed to be somewhere nearer. We've seen the high numbers in Gauteng and KZN. We are the third when it comes to the cases. But the question about how do we ensure to avoid the transmission in the overcrowded spaces, that's a question that actually I need to ask you as well as a community leader and also a constituency member, because the infections are not happening within the clinical area, within the hospital. It's happening there outside. And secondly, the Omicron, as we know that it's highly transmissible, but some people actually don't even show symptoms. So it can happen anywhere, whether it's in the overcrowded areas, whether it's even in the not so overcrowded areas, because it's airborne, just like TB. You will never know that where are you getting it from. So that's why the national policy has been, they introduced the policy regarding to the quarantine and isolation, that it needs to be reviewed, especially for those who are asymptomatic. So there are all aspects in which I agree with you that with the social ills, with the high densities and overcrowding, with the crime and with the poverty, all of those, these are social determinants of health that needs to be worked by other sectors, because at the end, it's us, health system, that absorb them. And when there is a COVID, it does have a huge impact, I agree, on everyone, especially for those who have got existing chronic conditions, like those who've got immunosuppressed conditions. That's why we encourage them to get more boosters. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. That concludes the first interpellation. We are going to continue with the second one. And I recognize Minister Michel.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, and thank you very much to Honourable Mvimbi for the interpellation. Chair, I think it's important to understand that the provincial... Can I go?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. It's important to understand that the provincial regulatory entity must monitor and oversee public transport in the province and receive and decide on applications relating to the operating licenses for interprovincial travel. In performing these functions, the PRI must exercise independent discretion. And I also want to point out that the regulation of public transport services is a concurrent function of all spheres of government. At present, the PRI is performing the functions of the National Public Transport Regulator insofar as interprovincial transport services are concerned, and transport planning is an exclusive local government matter as set out in Schedule 4 and 5 of the South African Constitution. Chair, every municipality is required to produce an integrated transport plan for its area, and the ITP must be updated annually to respond to the changes in the demand and supply of public transport services. The PRI, Chair, is duty-bound to refer applications relating to operating licenses to the municipality for direction based on its ITP. In disposing of such applications, the PRI must act according to and may not grant, and I want to repeat this, the PRI must act according to and may not grant an operating license contrary to the direction of the municipality and the ITP for the area. Chair, I want to go on to the second part of the question that was posed under the challenges. But perhaps the greatest challenge, Chair, within the public transport environment is the indiscriminate recruitment of new members by taxi associations. These members, Chair, are charged exorbitant joining fees and are allowed to operate on the network of routes served by that particular association. In most cases, members are recruited in excess of the passenger demand. In essence, associations create a parallel regulatory system in which most taxi operators, I say most, not all, do not understand the concept of regulated competition and that the need for the service must be demonstrated. These applications, Chair, are therefore referred to the affected municipality for directions in terms of its approved ITP. The City of Cape Town has on numerous occasions indicated that most of the routes in its area are significantly overtraded in respect of legal operating licenses. The PRI, Chair, cannot therefore grant an application where the municipality has indicated that the need for the service is already adequately served by other public transport services of a similar nature, standard, or quality. As a result of this constant recruitment drives, the PRI is inundated with applications for operating licenses on routes that are already overcrowded. These are futile applications. The second one, Chair, is that unfortunately, not all municipalities have the capacity to perform its statutory functions as set out in the National Land Transport Act. And in some cases, the ITP has not been updated and as required by the municipality to carry out further inquiries or investigations before directions can be provided to the PRE. Jack, can you just let me know how much time I have left?
You still have about 21 seconds.
Okay. Okay, I'll respond in my second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Mobility. I now recognize ANC, Honorable Member Mvimbi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clearly. You may go on.
Thank you very much once again, Honorable Chairperson, and also to the Honorable Minister for the input. Honorable Chairperson, I think when it comes to this issue, I think it's a question of planning versus operation. But also we must agree that there is a serious challenge with the operating license regime, which is a function of the provincial government as compared to planning, which is the function of local government. Secondly, we must agree that there is an insufficient number of valid operating licenses in the province. In this regard, we welcome the commitment by the National Transport Minister, Fikile Mbalula, to refine the operating license regime and work with municipalities to ensure that their integrated transport plans are up to date and form the basis for the issuing of any new operating license. Between the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th administration, the provincial regulatory entity issued only 12,081 operating licenses. In total, the province has only 12,149 valid operating licenses. We must agree that this is not enough for a rapidly growing province like the Western Cape, because we keep on saying that the province is growing. Therefore, that means that even the demand for public transport is going to grow. Despite this growth, the provincial government has, between the 4th and the 6th administration, rejected a total of 3,176 applications for minibus taxi operating license. We want to know why and which routes were affected. As you might be aware, Honorable Chairperson, it is not every day that I will agree with the former DA provincial leader, Bonginkosi Madikizela, who is the predecessor of the minister. But our views are in sync regarding the failures of municipality, especially the city of Cape Town, to plan accordingly and include integrated transport plan in their IDPs. While there are many newly established settlements in the city and province, the provincial regulatory entity and municipality have failed to establish new routes. This rejection of operating licenses vindicates your former predecessor, Honorable Minister, who said that municipalities do not have the capacity nor the appetite to do due diligence to properly ascertain supply and demand in order to recommend to provincial regulatory entity to issue an adequate number of operating licenses. This created an environment where many public transporters who are serving the demand are penalized for not having an operating license. In other words, we are actually systematically criminalizing them. There is clearly how much more time do I have, Honorable Chair? How much time?
Thank you very much.
Can I finish up?
Honorable Member.
There is clearly a shortage of operating licenses in the province, and we need the embassy to intervene. Okay, thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now recognize the DA, Honorable Member America.
Thank you, House Chair, and thank you, Minister, for creating context and setting the scene for this interpellation. Our Chair, while we recognize that there are some challenges which exist in relation to the processing of operating permits by the provincial regulatory entity, we must also commend the Department of Mobility's efforts to alleviate these challenges and ensure that licenses to operators are issued on a fair, equitable and efficient basis. The Department of Mobility, in cooperation with various stakeholders, have gone above and beyond to secure a safe, reliable and affordable public transport system. However, we must acknowledge that there are elements within the taxi industry that have sought to hold the provincial regulatory entity and the Department of Mobility to ransom over the issuing of licenses by way of needless violence and blatant thuggery. How, Chair, this violence has a direct impact on all road users, particularly commuters. This type of conflict in the taxi industry has existed for a long time. It is a stain on our society and must be condemned. House Chair, lastly, I strongly encourage all stakeholders, including the Department of Mobility, taxi associations, the provincial regulatory entity, as well as the South African police services and other law enforcement agencies to work together to develop long-term solutions for the industry and, most importantly, for the safety of our commuters. I thank you, our Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognize the ACDP. Honourable Member Christians.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, with the routes being overtraded, it's a huge problem when you in the morning see the taxis racing like Kyalani. I just want to ask the Minister, and he can answer it if not, with the lack of trains that we have, the rail system, are you in discussion with the National Minister to get our trains back? I think it will solve a lot of the problems if we have it. So, Minister, we see you're busy, and I think I need to compliment you for the job you're doing. You're doing a good job. But we have enormous problems when it comes to taxis. People's lives are in danger. So are you in talks with the National Minister when it comes to, the rail service? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognize the EFF, Member Makamba Buja.
Honourable House Chair, greetings to the Minister. Honourable House Chair, last week when I posed a question regarding the latest developments about the Mbekweni and Belleville route, which is currently suspended for taxis, and when exactly will the suspension be lifted? The Minister replied by saying that he is still applying his mind on the matter. It is now unfortunately become clear now that the taxi industry has no time to wait for the Minister while he is taking his time to apply his mind. Currently, House Chair, there are reports of taxis that are operating illegally on that route. And it's just a matter of time before another taxi war breaks out, because it seems like the Minister rules with an iron fist and without engaging all the parties that are involved. Is the Minister, House Chair, going to be held liable of taxi war that is looming in that route or in that area? The problem is that those who are currently operating illegally on that route have grown impatient with the conduct of the Minister in keeping them in the dark whilst allowing the Golden Arrow bus services to gain the sole monopoly on that route. It comes as no surprise why recently, when taxi owners are protesting, they will start by torching and banning Golden Arrow buses. It is due to the long distance anger amongst taxi owners, which is created by the Minister between taxi owners and the Golden Arrow bus services. The Minister, House Chair, must swallow his pride and engage all the stakeholders involved in order to find long-lasting solutions. If that is not done timelessly, then taxi wars will continue in the province and more lives will be lost. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member Makamba Buja. I now recognize Honourable Member Mvimbi. Honorable Member Mvimbi, are you there?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I thought that by the time I'm coming again, the Minister will have already maybe have an indication on responding to some of the issues I raised previously. But okay, if you are giving me the time, no problem, Honorable Minister. I also want to say, sorry, Chairperson. I want to say, Chairperson, that there are good men and women in the taxi industry, and there are a lot of them. And I will actually advise against a blanket approach of referring to the taxi industry as committing an act of thuggery. So, because I know there are a lot of people who are people of integrity in the taxi industry. Now, Honorable Chairperson, the minibus taxi industry is among the oldest, well-established and fast-growing in South Africa. It is an integral part of the transport system and economy, which continue transporting millions of commuters daily and creating employment opportunities for hundreds of thousands of drivers and vendors in the informal economy. The 2020 National Travel Household Survey proves this by showing the increased usage of minibus taxis from 9.8 million in 2013 to over 11 million in 2020. Yet the industry is frustrated, undermined, and targeted by various municipalities, especially the city of Cape Town, which generates millions in revenue through impounding taxis and issuing of fines due to operating in illegal routes. A case in point is one of Santaco provincial leaders who shared with me recently that his taxi was impounded and fined 9,000 rand, only for it to be impounded again a few days after he released it and charged another 9,000 rand. This is not only unfair, but it clearly shows unfair targeting and purging of the taxi industry. But what gives rise to this illegality that characterizes the industry? We need to look at the memorandum of the Danone Taxi Association given to the provincial minister on March the 16th, 2022, where a number of serious issues were raised and remain unaddressed to date. The association alleged that it is denied access to lucrative routes in and around the area, which are reserved for the My City, despite there being a higher demand and a number of commuters who prefer taxis over My City. We must always emphasize that not everybody will always be wanting to use My City as a mode of transport. So we must give commuters a variety of choices. The MEC must tell us what are the updates regarding the renewals of existing long-distance operating licenses for the Danone Taxi Association. What is the status of the new routes application that was submitted in November 2021? In conclusion, I want to commend the National Transport Minister for his commitment to introduce a subsidy policy. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now recognize the Minister. Minister Michel.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Chair, I think it's important to give the facts because this happens time in, time out, especially from Honorable Mvimbi. Currently, there's 5,863 operators, legal operators. There is currently 2,851 legal routes. Honorable Mvimbi just said that over 12,000 operating licenses were issued. So that's roughly 2 operating or legal operators per route. On the 25th of March, 533 new routes were published for comment that closed on the 8th of April. The public participation was closed on the 8th of April. The city of Cape Town, which is criticizing, is saying in that same public participation period that they are willing to approve 1,431 operating licenses on condition that the supply and demand and the public participation process happens and the public says yes. So Honorable Mvimbi mustn't come here again and again and mislead without the facts. Is Honorable Mvimbi, did he even participate in all these people from the industry that approaches him that did they actually take part in this public participation space of the 533 additional routes? Then Honorable Makamba Botja is speaking about B97. Yes, I'm still applying my mind. I have until the 26th of May to apply my mind. If Honorable Makamba Botja thinks that the illegal operation is happening only now on that route, I hate to break it to her. It happened since the day the route was closed, and because that is adding because it is adding.
Minister Mitchell, will you please take your seat? Member Dugmore, can I please ask you to refrain from passing comment across and allow Minister Mitchell? Thank you. Minister Mitchell.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Chair, B97 and the illegal operation on that route continued even after the first closure. And that is part of the reason that route is still closed. But I want to take it a little bit further. Honourable Makamba Botja is saying that minibus taxi industry, the operators are saying X, Y, and Z. For that first part of the closure, it was part of the arbitration process that the associations agreed upon. The arbitration award was submitted and discussed with both associations. They are in agreement that it must still remain closed. So again, I don't know who Honourable Makamba Botja is engaging, but the leadership of Santaco and the leadership of the association that I'm engaging has got a completely different view on the situation. But just for the record, the route is legally closed until the 26th of May of this year. Then there was, I take note of the comment made by Honourable Christians, and if I had the legal mandate to take over rail tomorrow or the province, I would do so in a heartbeat. But with that being said, and with the direction and the vision by the Premier and the new department, we can no longer wait for national government to intervene. The National Minister is here today to engage on removing people from the central line. He is here today. But the bottom line is, it's a pipe dream. It's not going to happen. The Western Cape government has provided assistance in the support of land for the relocation. The power of attorney has been signed over to the HD. What, do you think? No, the power of attorney, it was government land. The fact that the HDA didn't do it or can't do it.
Order, members.
The first offer was made by the Department of Transport and Public Works, and the power of attorney was signed over. So that's the reality. That's the facts. So in the absence of a functioning rail system, and in the absence of the ANC-led government actually doing what they're supposed to do, we will do what we need to do in order to get commuters from point A to point B.
Thank you very much, Minister Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. And that is the end of interpellations.
Chairperson.
Who is trying to get my attention? Honourable Mvimbi.
Yeah, but it's fine, Chairperson. My hand has been up, but you did not give me a chance. But it's fine. Thank you, Chairperson. No problem.
Thank you, Honourable Mvimbi. I checked the screen about a second ago and your hand were not up. But yes, we have concluded with interpellations now. Members, we are moving on to questions. We will now deal with questions as printed on the question paper. And I wish to advise honourable members that once the Honourable Premier or the Minister has started the reply to the oral question as printed on the question paper, honourable members must use the chat facility for this sitting of the House to indicate that they want to ask a follow-up question. So you need to be quick, Honourable Mvimbi. And there are 4 opportunities for follow-up questions. But the honourable member who posed the initial oral question as printed on the question paper will have the first opportunity for a follow-up question. Thereafter, other honourable members may then use the remaining opportunities to ask a follow-up question. I now recognise the Honourable Premier questions in terms of Rule 202. You may proceed. Thank you, Premier.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much to the Honourable Kgego for the question. First of all, A and B, the powers and functions that have been entrusted to me through the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa provide me with the executive authority in which to appoint, assign powers, or dismiss members of my cabinet. And then the second part, first of all, it's given to me by the mandate and the will of the voters in this province. Secondly, that gives me a list of members that are represented in this House, a majority list of members that are represented in this House. And then, of course, it's risks, needs, and aspirations of the citizens.
Thank you very much, Premier. I do not see any hands online. Member Tejo, you do not wish to pose a follow-up question?
I do.
You did not raise your hand.
Oh, sorry. I thought you will automatically give to me.
Please proceed, member.
All right. Thanks, House Chair. And thanks to the Premier's response. The reason for this question, Premier, is that in the past, the Premier appointed individuals in his cabinet, with questionable morals and ethics, who either lied about their qualifications or sexually abused their junior staff, or who were either incompetent, such as the one who previously held the education department, and as well as the local government and the recently mobility department. So in the departments such as education, why didn't the Premier look for someone who has a background in education and understands the environment and concerns in which teachers and learners operate? Thanks very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Member Tejo. Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the Honourable Tejo for the follow-up. I think, first of all, obviously, if things happen during your tenure and an issue comes up, I think what I have shown is that I deal with these issues decisively, unlike what I see in his own very party. So absolutely, I'll deal with them decisively if and when anything comes up. Of course, when I also apply my mind, and I mean, he used this opportunity to talk about a new cabinet member that will become the Minister of Education as of Monday next week. And of course, I think the best opportunity ever is understanding our education system right now and producing skills for the youth of our province for job opportunities into the future. And the minister that has been appointed now, can you imagine now when we actually start to bring business and education together in understanding that whatever we are learning, the subject choices we are making are for a future job, whether we are doing it through the academic process post-education, or whether we're doing it in a dual system where we start to look at technical skills and partnering with businesses, just as we've just launched or opened an amazing skills school in Struisbaai. Getting that alignment right between business and education, I can think of no better appointment.
Thank you very much, Premier. I recognize the Honourable Sayed and Honourable Bartman. Your hand was also up. Oh, my apologies, Honourable Botha, and that concludes the 4 questions.
The new Chief Whip should sit that side. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair, and thank you to the Premier, and thank you to the Honourable Tejo for the question. Just as I asked the question, I think we must just note here as members, and there are former members, we must say alleged. See, we cannot accuse people of certain things without there being clear charges and people having been found guilty in the court of law. I think it's very important because some have they've been former members of the House, but I think just to state that, so we need to be responsible. But I think just to indicate, just to ask the Premier then, what are some of the non-negotiables when the Premier appoints, that if one MEC, for example, were to break them, he or she will be shown the door, and whether they include any findings by the public protector or any Chapter 9 institutions against the MEC, as opposed to mere allegations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Sayed. Premier.
Very much. And first of all, to the first part of which wasn't really a question, but just alleged. Thank you. I think that is exactly how we need to be treating each other. We are called honourable members, and we need to do exactly that. And when these things come up, they are alleged until he says as proven in a court of law. Exactly the same thing applies to the public protector. And that is why when certain issues come from the public protector, we will deal with it. We respect the office of the public protector. But when that finding comes, if we do not agree with it, we will challenge it. And as the honourable member knows, there are a few cases that are being challenged right now in the High Court against those rulings, or the Constitutional Court against those rulings of the public protector. And in actual fact, it wasn't so long ago that a previous ruling of the public protector against the previous premier was found to be incorrect. Public protector had to carry costs, etc., etc. So, of course, the public protector again is not, the supreme outcome. It can be challenged.
Thank you very much, Premier. Honourable Botha.
Thank you, Chair. Premier, speaking to the criteria that are applied, and does the criteria used change for different portfolios, or is it the same for all appointments to the cabinet?
So obviously, the criteria is how you apply your mind. And of course, you cannot have a one size fits all. You've got to apply your mind because you're dealing with human beings. You're dealing with people who've shown, how they behave or react, or their portfolio that they hold, or the compassion that they may have. And you've got to take that and you've got to look, as I said, the risks, the aspirations of society, where we find ourselves as a community, understanding the position that this province finds itself in as a province within a country. You have a look at the current issue around failing infrastructure and a national government who doesn't really look like they care. And you've got to make your mind up in that context, and understanding that we've been given a mandate by the voter, and you've got to do the best that you can with making sure we can make the biggest difference we can for the citizens of this province. That's why we are here across both sides of this house, to make a difference in the lives of the citizens of our province.
Thank you very much, Premier. The last question. Follow-up.
Thank you very much, Chair of Committees. We've noted that the question has specifically talked to the criteria, and I would like to ask that, given that our province has dropped to number 3 in terms of the education matric results, given further that education budgets were not spent by the previous outgoing MEC, given further that the take-up amongst Black, and by Black I mean broadly African and coloured learners in regard to science in particular, given all those failures, would the Premier be prepared to acknowledge that the criteria he applied last time in appointing MEC Schaefer were either faulty, or was it a question just that he disappointed, that she disappointed you
Order, members.
in terms of her actual performance? And has this become an embarrassment to you and your government?
Thank you very much, Honourable Dagmore. Premier.
Thank you very much, Chair, and to the honourable member of the opposition, leader of the opposition. I was going to say no and just sit down, but I've decided not to say no and just sit down, because he can't come here with his half-truths and misleading statements without backing anything up. First thing he says, number 3, but he doesn't talk about number 1 in university passes. He doesn't talk, he talks about number 3 because all the ANC do is they determine it by the number outcome. They don't care how many young people they ditch along the way before they get to matric. That doesn't count in their analysis. That's the point that he's making here. We don't care how many young people get to a matric that can actually get a job in an economy. They fail the citizens from the first thing they do till the last thing they do, and they've been doing that for 28 years. Now, exactly the opposite has been happening in this province. Exactly the opposite. Best opportunity for a young person going through an education system is in this province and not in any of the other ANC-run provinces whatsoever. And Minister Schaefer, for the last
Sorry,
8 years,
Premier, to interrupt you. Will you please take your seat? Member Said. Member Dugmore has posed the question, and now we have to afford the Premier to answer that question. Can I please ask that you refrain from interrupting? Thank you very much, Member. Please proceed, Premier.
Fortunately, I lost my track because I was really,
I'm
but
so
anyway.
sorry.
Minister Schaefer, for the last 8 years,
Order, members,
has dedicated her time day and night to improving the opportunity for a young person in this province to get an education that gives that person the best opportunity for a future in this very country. Her work that she has done stands out amongst every single other province in South Africa. So what he is saying is exactly the opposite to the real outcome. And this House should owe her a huge debt of gratitude, as all the citizens of this province do, as the messaging we're getting back from schools and learners who've had opportunity in this province, not the kind of opportunity that an absolutely failed ANC government has done for us as South Africans in the last 28 years. It's disgusting how the ANC have really let citizens down in South Africa, whether it's energy production, rail, which we've just spoken about, opportunities to get to work. I mean, dams, you name the infrastructure, they've failed dismally. They've failed in education, health. I mean, look at the health disaster that this COVID-19 pandemic has shown. Really swak it's been under ANC rule in other provinces across South Africa. So in actual fact, it is exactly the opposite to what the Honourable Dugmore says. And we want to say to the Honourable Debbie Schaefer, thank you very much for your commitment, dedication, service to the citizens of this province. We wish you well in your next chapter, and we thank you for that dedication and the difference that you have made to the learners of this province. Thank you.
So we are leaving as third best.
Thank you very much, Premier. Members online, Members online, will you please mute yourself? And can I also just caution you, we do not want to at this stage remove you. So please, you are well acquainted with the rules going forward and online engagement. So please be disciplined in that regard. That concludes the first question. We move over to the second question posed by Member Dugmore to the Premier. I now recognize the Premier.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to the Honourable Dugmore for the question. The name changes to certain departments in the Western Cape government are motivated by, number one, the priorities of our government, to better also reflect the service each department provides to the residents of this province. You know, at the end of the day, every single thing we do when we get given the mandate after an election, when we put our hands up and swear allegiance to the Constitution, must be to improve life for the citizens that we represent. Every single one of us in this House, because we all collectively represent the needs, the wishes, the aspirations of all citizens. And of course, so in this province, the name changes, which the Honourable Dugmore is referring to. So let's talk about the first one being the Department of Health and Wellness. And of course, this is something that the department has worked on for a long time. They've spoken about wellness and they've put strategies in place on how do we get to the causalities of the burden of disease? How do we actually focus on the wellness of our citizens, not only just on the health when they need healthcare? And so I think this is really how we are focusing now on that plan. And of course, this has come not from me, but this, as I said before in this House, this is actually part of a process within the department that they've come back and said, while we were setting up, as you know, violence prevention unit, they said at the same time as that, can we also then expand our name? It's something we've spoken about for a while, and I think that really puts it fair and square of what this department wants to do and how they want to bring about a change within society. The second area, of course, is Department of Community Safety, changing to police oversight and community safety. This is also critical because it really starts to position what we do in the province. I think everyone knows that I've campaigned, I read some of the articles by international criminologists. In actual fact, there's this book here called Better Choices, written by a couple of papers by a number of experts in our country. When you read that book, again, it also talks about devolution of power. It talks about how we really need to rethink the policing system in our country. I mean, we always talk about this murder rate in the province of 3,000 or more citizens. Of course, we have the highest per capita murder rate, but many more than 3,000 citizens are murdered every year in KZN, or many more than 3,000 citizens murdered in Gauteng. And the problem is the policing system. So while we don't get it right to get devolution of power, our job then is police oversight. Even the police minister doesn't understand that. We've just had a terrible, horrendous shooting in Khayelitsha. And what does the police minister say when he arrives in Khayelitsha? He says, yeah, the province are not deploying the police officers to the right places. That's his job, and he doesn't even understand that. I cannot believe it. But this is really about signaling that, you know, not only the PNP that we produce, which is an outstanding document, which is far superior to any of the oversight documents I see from any of the other provinces, but how do we elevate that even to the next level? So that the name change is about leading a thought pattern and a process of what we're going to be doing, so that the department is quite clear on police oversight. We're going to take it to the next level. It's not only about our piece of legislation that puts an ombudsman in place and the PNP, etc. It actually is saying we want to lift the level. We want to take learnings from COVID-19 with dashboards and data and evidence-led policing. We're seeing it working in the safety plan. So how do we do that to get a message to the national minister that in actual fact, you need to do what you need to do and deploy officers to where those officers need to be. We're deploying 1,000 officers where they need to be to change the murder rate, and the data is showing us that it's working. Those 20,000 officers in the province, where are you deploying them? That's your job, Mr. National Minister. That is your job. Now just do your job, deploy police officers to the correct space. And then, of course, it's community safety, linked through the safety plan, linked through to the health portfolio, violence prevention, because it's about getting ahead of crime itself. What are the causalities? So, of course, that's the thinking behind the name changes. And, of course, I look forward to the follow-ups on this, because I do believe that, you know, if we keep on doing the same thing over and over again, without changing things, we're not going to get different outcomes. And that's what I believe in. And I think these kind of changes are changes that will lead us to better outcomes. And at the end of the day, for what we are all here for, the interests of the citizens of this province.
Thank you very much, Premier. Honourable Dagmo.
Thank you very much. I seem to think that the Premier forgot to say anything about mobility and infrastructure. So have you forgotten about that department? One of my follow-up questions.
Thank you, Honourable Dagmo. Premier.
Thank you very much. I would presume that as a seasoned member of this House, I'm not sure how many years altogether you've served in this House, almost as long as I have, because you had that little stint off to go and play in the, no. That's just to go and play with the Planning Commission for a while. But I mean, you've been in this House for a very long time. And Chair, through you, I must say, before the Honourable Saeed tells me I'm not speaking through the Chair. Chair, through you, I want to tell this seasoned member, I don't want to say workshop this seasoned member, I want to tell the seasoned member that his question says, what is the motivation behind the name changes of certain departments? Now, if he wanted to know about mobility and infrastructure, he would have said, What is the motivation behind the new departments that we have announced, not the name changes? He should question what he needs from an answer. You know, they always say in politics, you should know the answer before you ask the question. Well, quite frankly, as a seasoned politician in this house, niemand is 'n bietjie swak.
Thank you very much.
Next
Thank you.
follow-up question.
Member Dagmo, I have not recognized you. Thank you. I recognize the Honorable Lily. Are you there, Honorable Lily? Your hand is up.
Yes, Chair. I just wanted to know whether the angry Premier can he answer, can he give me a chance to ask a question on whatever he presented today, because he seemed to be very angry.
Honorable Lily, you raised your hand and you do have an opportunity for a follow-up. Is that your question?
Yes, I want to ask a question to this angry Premier.
Honorable Lily, it seems like you might also be experiencing some technical difficulties. The Premier's answer was yes. So that concludes that follow-up. I do not see any hands online. I recognize the Honorable Dagmo.
Very much arising from the response of the Premier, it would be clear that he or his department hadn't read this question, because by not mentioning anything at all about the fact that name changes have actually impacted, and he has in fact not referred to that particular department, which indicates again, and that's what I want to ask, that we need to focus on the issue of how much has all of this cost, and if we could actually hear from the Premier whether all this talk and all this spin has actually resulted in the shifting of these functions to different departments having been completed, number one, and whether all the staff have actually been moved to their new directorates. Has that actually happened, or does it remain in the realm of spin, publicity, propaganda, but actually, indeed, because to us it appears that those directorates and those replacements of staff have not happened.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dagmo. Premier?
Thank you very much, Chair. That's a whole lot of questions in one, and I will deal with them. First of all, as I said earlier, if he'd asked about the new departments, I would have spent some time on the Department of Infrastructure and the Department of Mobility. I could stand up now and say that is a totally new question, but I won't. So we have got these two new departments. First of all, why? Why do we actually need a Department of Infrastructure, and why do we need a Department of Mobility? I know I have dealt with this in probably 2 sittings ago, but I will deal with it again. If we understand where we are as a province, now I'm not going to talk about South Africa, but that's really the umbrella on infrastructure problems. But let's just talk of the province. What are the big issues that are creating big unemployment levels, highest youth unemployment levels in the world, one of the highest unemployment levels in the world in our country? In this province, it's infrastructure. We don't have sufficient energy infrastructure to fuel or to electrify the economy of this province. We haven't had it for many years, and by the looks of it, we're not going to have it for many years to come, and it's going to get worse. So we need to focus a lot more on energy infrastructure, on water infrastructure. You know, we had day zero not so long ago. We are sitting already in the start of winter in this province with very low rainfall up until now. I get worried about that. And why? Because what difference have we made in the infrastructure of water supply for the citizens of this province? Nothing. Who's responsible for energy infrastructure? Who's responsible for water infrastructure? We've just had a whole debate on rail infrastructure in this province. Another set of infrastructure that is holding back the citizens of this province in enabling them yet to get to school, to work, to look for a job, to hospital, just to get around. Our rail infrastructure is messed. Who's responsible for just those three? And I can go on for another hour on how many pieces of infrastructure are failing us in this country. All led by the ANC. All supposed to be fixed by the ANC, but all broken by the ANC. So in this province, because that's the problem, because we are citizen focused and we need to make sure that we are dealing with the issues that are facing our citizens every single day, we then realign our government to be able to take on the issues that citizens face. So whether it's national infrastructure, provincial infrastructure, and up until now, provincial infrastructure is schools, is hospitals, is roads. And in South Africa, this province delivers the best roads, the best schools, the best hospitals. We are best at producing infrastructure, but in the narrowed sense. We don't produce the electrical infrastructure, etc., but we are broadening our mandate. We are pushing the boundaries. We are going to be taking on in a different way, just like police oversight in this province, infrastructure. We're going to be, and you've already seen it, the start of enabling our local governments to get off reliance on Eskom. Get off load shedding, be the first town to not have load shedding. We are going to be enabling infrastructure in this province in a different way. That is the vision and why we need to create a Department of Infrastructure. The same thing, if you go, and the discussion we've also just had, and what the Minister of Mobility has just been speaking about, is how much it costs for a citizen to get from A to B because of the failings of the transport system led by the ANC. And I mean, we don't even talk failings, we are talking about shocking failings. When last have any of these members here raising these questions walked anywhere along the railway line on the central line and actually had a look at the disaster,
Member Dugmore,
order, that
order,
piece
member.
of infrastructure is in the shocking state? How on earth do people get around? So now you need to focus on that side of the equation. We do these analyses of you know, what are facing our citizens, and when you look at that analysis and statistics, you will see that it's either 1 or 2. It varies, but it's always up there between 1 and 2. Mobility. It costs me more than ever before to get from A to B because now I don't have that cost-effective public transport mechanism. We also know that in this province, our population is due to grow by 1.4 million people over the next 8 years. We will probably get to close to 8 million citizens in this province by 2030. If we don't solve the mobility problem, if we don't solve the infrastructure problem, we won't get the investments and we won't create the jobs. But of course, you also then need to ask yourself a question. So why on earth is this population growing so fast? Well, of course, it's people fleeing failure of ANC government, leaving ANC failure all over South Africa to come here because we have vision, we change things, we don't do the same thing over and over and over again and expect another outcome. Just look at economic policy for the last 28 years of the ANC and how that has done the jobs market in South Africa. ANC policy on jobs and the economy and what difference that made for youth unemployment. But what do? They don't rethink, they don't innovate, they don't change. They do the same thing, they talk about the same policies. This debate that started off today spoke about some issues that were raised in 1954. They're keeping the same thing over and over again without any innovation, without any change, and expect a different outcome. And then when the outcome is not different, it's worse, they still do the same thing over and over again. I've said it in this house a lot. Hulle moer net aan, just like the Titanic, just going straight down to the bottom. Well, the voters will decide in 2 years' time, and I promise you there will be a big change in 2 years' time. But that's why those two departments were put in place. Now his question is, so why has it not happened? That shows you, I can't believe that he was actually a minister in a government before. That just shows you how he thinks and understands about structural change in an organization. You make the announcement, you then have a process, and that process and change, the movement of staff, the setting up of a new department, is a whole year. Because there are regulations, there are rules, there are people. You must consult. You must meet with the unions. You must meet with the unions. It is all part of the plan.
Members.
You must meet with the unions, which I've already started those engagements. We met with them last month. You must engage and build that vision. You must bring the two together, and it is a process. It's HR processes. And of course, he makes these snide, jibey comments from here, from the opposition, but he must just think about the setting up of the Ministry of Small Business, and then the Department of Small Business, and the Ministry of the Economy, and the Department of the Economy, and then, of course, closing it down again and joining it back again. And I mean, all sorts of nonsense that happened at a national level. And they still haven't finished that, and that's been 4 or 5 years. So he mustn't come here. He must understand that there are proper processes. We stick to the proper processes. We stick to how you should do it. In actual fact, the ANC could learn many lessons in this process.
Thank you very much, Premier. Members, please do not disguise your new questions as follow-up questions. I think it's very clear what a follow-up question means in terms of the initial question posed. So once that happens, I would unfortunately immediately ask you to stop and refrain from doing. Our last member on this specific question is Member Peter Maree.
Thank you so much, Chair. Premier, I've listened very attentively to your replies. Also the fact that you say by 2030, the estimate is we'll have 8 million people here. Now, piggybacking on the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, did you ever feel a need and motivated to enlarge your cabinet to have an extra minister just concentrating on economic development and job creation? More people means more demands. We're going to focus on that. That is going to be the big challenge. Not how we feed those that's here already, but what about those that's on the way here, or those that we weren't even aware of, that's looking for jobs and poverty is increasing? Would you consider enlarging your cabinet, or would you consider changing the portfolios you now have to add on poverty alleviation or relief and economics, so that you can create jobs, a focus, a direct focus? And now you can tell me that there are other ministries that can see to this, but the focus is not job creation, none of them, not even public works. Public works figure on building infrastructure, and a spin-off could be a few jobs. But job creation is a much bigger field. Would you consider it, or do you think no? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Maree. Premier.
Chair, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. First of all, the first part of the question, I want to say, of course, I consider everything, but at the end of the day, the answer is no, I'm not going to enlarge the cabinet. The second part of the question around jobs and the focus. Now, of course, it's in all of our documents. Our focus is actually pandemic number 2. The focus of this whole government is on that pandemic, which is poverty and unemployment. And so that is why we have chosen those 3 focus areas: jobs, safety, and dignity, or dignity and well-being. Jobs. And how does jobs come together? Well, jobs comes together with an economic department, an agricultural department, whose job it is to grow the economy, both of them. But it also comes together with infrastructure and mobility and environmental affairs and development planning. And that's why you'll see the jobs cluster, and how that jobs cluster comes together. It's those departments whose job it is to create the ecosystem and the environment to produce and enable jobs, to enable the private sector to invest and create the much needed jobs that we need. Of course, it goes further than that, because in the next component of safety, safety is also about jobs, because you're not going to grow employment if you don't get safety right. As I've always said, learners can't be studying for school exams the next day and be doing their homework underneath the table in the kitchen because of stray bullets. We can't build safe societies. We can't build societies that are going to get jobs, societies that they've got hope, societies that people want to invest in. Of course, dignity and well-being, that is the biggest component of our expenditure, and that's why we need a well society, because that's where health, social development, and it is where education sits. We need to make sure our society is well, because if you're well, you can work, you can get the job, you can compete and partake in society and the economy. Education is key. And I've said earlier in a statement or in a previous question, if we align now, what Minister Mania's job is to bring the economy and jobs and education and the demand for jobs together. If we get that right, we'll take education to the next level. So it's key, education, in producing jobs into the future. And of course, social development, their job is the net for those that fall out of the processes. We want 80%, 20%, actually we want 95%, 5%, and even diminishing the 5% down to 1%. You don't want many people being caught up in that net. And of course, we've got too many people at the moment because we've got too much unemployment. For all the various reasons of the initial discussion on how the ANC is failing us and why we need to realign our government, focus on the infrastructure and the mobility. But that's how to make a difference for the citizen, and at the end of the day, so the citizen can live the life that they value. And the life that they value is to have a job, look after their family, and see a future for themselves, find hope for themselves. So in actual fact, the answer to his question is, all of these things are coming together in the best interests of the citizens, of which the economy and jobs must be the driving force that feeds the whole. That's the engine room of the whole ecosystem. And so everything must be aligned to jobs and the economy at the end of the day.
Thank you very much, Premier. And that concludes the second question to the Premier. We now move over to the question that was standing over from Thursday, the 5th of May, in the name of Honourable Christians, to Honourable Minister Schaefer. I recognize the Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It seems like quite a few people in the House today don't read documents, and they're still referring to me as the previous MEC, but I'm still here till the 15th, if you had noticed. Sorry to tell you. Honourable Christians, the response is that when a school is closed, all buildings are handed back to the Department of Transport and Public Works, as they are the custodians, and these buildings therefore become the responsibility of DTPW. The DTPW would be best able to answer any questions regarding buildings of this kind. Where, however, a school remains open, the school must report any derelict buildings to the WCED as an emergency request on CMIS so that an assessment can be made. Each request is dealt with on an individual basis, and 9 schools have logged requests for this on CMIS to date, and these are being attended to by DTPW. Part 2, major vandalism is repaired by the infrastructure unit of the WCED when schools report it on CMIS. The timeframes for repair are dependent on a number of factors, including budget, available resources and materials, and procurement processes. Minor vandalism, such as broken gates or burglar bars and broken windows, must be replaced or repaired by the respective schools using their norms and standards funding allocation for maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer. Just a question. I've been to Bishop Lavis High School recently, and they have asked for one of the buildings that's unoccupied to be demolished and taken off because it's a danger risk. And there's also, other buildings in schools where it's not utilized at the moment. And the school asked, like you say, the Department of Transport and Public Works 5 years ago, and it's not removed. But I'm worried about the safety of the staff and learners for these unoccupied buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Christians. I don't have any record of such a request 5 years ago. I know you did send a letter to Minister Mitchell on the 15th of March regarding the buildings at the school, requesting their removal, and it was referred to my office for a response, which we informed you of on the 23rd of March. At the time of the letter, we had not had any record of such requests. The request was subsequently filed on the system on the 26th of March to be evaluated by the department, which we did inform your office of on the 31st of March. So a site inspection after the matter was escalated to DTPW. The site inspection was conducted on the 6th of April and recommended that the building be condemned and replaced. And I share your concern about safety, so we have agreed to have the area cordoned off and fenced, which is currently in process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I do not see any hands online. I recognise the Honourable Bartman.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, as communities, we really do need to protect our infrastructure because it doesn't belong to any one individual, it belongs to the people, all people. And I wanted to find out whether the Minister can indicate actually as a matter of awareness, what is the financial impact on schools when they are vandalized, and what is this impact on the department? Because we are essentially then vandalizing our own property as the people of the Western Cape.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bartman. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Bartman. Yes, that's a very perceptive and very good question. Obviously, it's got a huge impact. We all know that there are many schools in our province that need facilities that they haven't ever had. There are many schools that don't have halls, for example, which we're really trying to ensure that they get as soon as possible. And every time we have schools that are vandalized, we have to then use money that could be used for providing those extra facilities for fixing the vandalism. In 2021-22 financial year alone, 55 schools reported damages from school vandalism and theft, costing us 6.3 million rand for repairs. And obviously this could and should have been spent on other infrastructure needs. It really is time. We have seen time and time again where communities are involved by the school and really start taking ownership of their school. It makes a huge difference in the incidence of vandalism. And we cannot as a government keep on and on and on fixing things that are broken and stolen, when we really need to just take ownership of our schools and enable us to use the money that we do have to roll out more services and more facilities to the schools that don't have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognise Honourable Sayed.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Given that there has been a history of closing down schools that are in a sense in certain problems in terms of in terms of what has happened to them in terms of infrastructure and that are not maintained, I just wanted to get a sense from the minister, let me not say former minister, but the minister that will soon be ending the term. I did not say that she's the former minister. What is the number of scheduled maintenance that were missed in the past 2 academic years, and how many are due in this academic year? And let me also thank the minister for her work and for the manner in which we have interacted and for her service. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Sayed. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Sayed, and thank you for those words. I don't have.
Please proceed, Minister.
I don't have a list of those maintenance projects that have been missed at this point. I can ensure that the member gets that. As far as a history of closing down, I don't think we've got a real history of it. There have been occasions where there's only really one, I think, in the metro that I can think of where really we had to close it because it wasn't right, literally being carried away piece by piece overnight by the community on a regular basis. So, I mean, I don't think that's, I think that was quite a unique situation. So I don't think we should call it a history of closing schools for that reason. But we also need to ensure that schools do use the money that they are given for maintenance to actually do the maintenance, because we're finding far too many schools are not using the money that they are supposed to be using for that purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And the last follow-up question, Honourable Bartman.
Thank you, Chair. In the past MTEF period, we've essentially seen budget cuts from the national government in terms of health in the provincial equitable share formula. And we know that the review of education, the provincial equitable share formula is coming up. And since we are talking about the maintenance and repairs of buildings, and especially with vandalized school buildings, I just want to find out what is the impact of these national budget cuts and the possible impact of the upcoming education review on things like maintenance and repairs for vandalized school buildings for the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bartman. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, and to the member for the question. Yes, obviously, any cut has a huge impact on us. You're very well aware of my concerns over the last 8 years regarding the allocation to education. I don't believe it's been appropriate and responsive to the needs that we have to provide for. But of course, when we've seen the impact of the health review has been quite devastating for our health departments, and if the same kind of thing happens to education, we are really going to be in trouble and have a lot more problems than we currently have. So I think we all need to be very vigilant and to interrogate that very closely to make sure that that does not happen. As not only the cuts that are problematic either, it's also the fact that we are having to keep on absorbing more and more things that happened, like droughts, for example, where we had spent 300 million rand of our own money because there wasn't any other funding from national government. And we had to spend money for COVID relief measures, which was another 465 million rand, almost a third of our infrastructure budget. And that is crucial. It's critical because we make plans generally for 10 years as to what we're going to do, how many schools we're going to build, how many schools we're going to replace, what maintenance we're going to do. And when we have to absorb that as well as budget cuts to infrastructure grants, for example, and or equitable share, then that really just scuppers all our plans. And then we're accused of not planning when it's just simply not the case. But at the end of the day, the people who suffer are teachers who are having to teach increasing class sizes and the learners who have to sit in the squashed classrooms, and some schools really do need to be replaced. And we can't afford to have any further reductions in education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. And that concludes question 2 that stood over from the 5th of May. Members, we are now on new question 3. And it was a question posed by Honourable Makamba Bocha to the Honourable Minister Simmers. I recognise Minister Simmers.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. The first part of the member's question, I will respond as follows. It should be noted that the City of Cape Town remains the first respondent in the event of any fire disasters within their municipal jurisdiction. They undertook to rebuild the affected site. However, land development statutory approvals also needs to be in place before any work can commence. Now, with that said, Honourable House Chairperson, through you to the member, at a site visit conducted 3 days after the disaster with the National Department of Human Settlements' Deputy Minister, the Premier, myself, the City of Cape Town, and also all relevant government officials, it was quite evident that the affected community was not going to wait for formal services or formal structures to be built, as the rebuilding of the structures had already commenced, with about 70% of the affected area already being reoccupied. Now, my department is of the view, Honourable House Chairperson, that we need to educate residents and create an understanding of the need for them to assist officials in creating formal spaces for more frequent access routes, which was also a big problem on a specific site. And the post-fire response should be to build these access routes and roads, which was the original plan of the city, to ensure that we create sufficient spaces between houses to first and foremost prevent similar tragedies and limit the impact of such events in the future. The second part of the member's question through you, House Chairperson, which focuses on de-densification of informal settlements, I should state that a total of 33 projects are earmarked to be funded by the department's 2022-2023 Informal Settlement Upgrade Partnership Grant business plan, the amounting to over 484.6 million rand. Now, these projects are all at different stages of project preparation, planning, or implementation, Honourable House Chairperson. Implementation plans include the installation or upgrading of services to include access to clean water, sanitation, and electricity, and in other areas cases and that need access to basic services on a shared ratio basis. Our department has also identified and categorized each and every informal settlement across our province based on the settlement count, the level of existing services in these informal settlements, their access to available land for decanting where it's possible, the availability of bulk services, amongst other elements. And based on the above assessments, each settlement is earmarked for either in situ upgrading, relocation, basic services, or a full upgrade with formal sites. And in some instances, Honourable House Chairperson, de-densification is difficult due to a lack of available land next to the settlement or a lack of bulk service capacity where such sites do exist. Qualifying residents are accommodated either into formal housing or serviced sites which are provided near any affected area which we can utilize to de-densify the settlement. Alternatively, Honourable House Chairperson, as services are rolled out, the construction of pathways for vehicle usage, fire or emergency access, solid waste removal, etc., also assist us in the de-densifying of these settlements. I thank you, Honourable House Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. And Member Makamba Bocha, you have just a little over seven minutes left.
Okay.
So I would advise if you want a response, please keep your question to the point. You may proceed, member.
Noted. Thank you very much, House Chairperson, and thank you to the Minister with the response. Minister, I want to say through you, House Chair, that we fully aware about the municipality's responsibility that they are the first responded to these kind of questions. However, as a minister, and you have a responsibility to exercise an oversight visit in making sure that these municipalities are compliant with this kind of issues. Now, the question that I have for the minister is that how far is the process of relocating people of Greater Kosovo and Danune to less congested areas? I thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Member Makamba Bocha. Honourable Minister Simmers.
Honourable House Chairperson, noting the member's original question, I do see these two questions which you just posed actually as new questions, and accordingly, I would request that the member put them in writing so I can give them a detailed response on both of the areas as listed by the member immediately after I receive written questions. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I do not see any hands online. I recognize the Honourable Maseko.
Very much, House Chair. House Chair, I just want to find out from Minister, is this the IRDPs just a special case, or are we expecting to see these projects in years to come developed in other parts of the province?
Thank you, Honourable Maseko. Honourable Minister Simmers.
Honourable Chairperson, the Honourable Member Maseko, and thank you for the question, refers to the IRDP, which is the Integrated Residential Development Program, which focuses on developing basically greenfield projects or in situ projects in existing communities. So that is linked to another budget, which is not ISUPG orientated, but HSDG or USDG orientated, dependent on the area, the types of projects that we implement. Honourable Chair, as long as there is sufficient budget to fund both these grants from the national fiscus, ultimately it will be there, but we do need to get creative in utilizing these budgets to deliver on our housing mandate across the province. Honourable Chair, because that relates directly to Joe Slovo, because Joe Slovo was ultimately part of an IRDP project. Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I see Honourable Lily. Honourable Lily, are you there?
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much. My question, Chair, is in relation to the funding. How much funding did the province receive for the de-densification of informal settlement during COVID-19, and how much was spent, and how many households were relocated? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Lily. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. And once again, I do welcome the questions by the Honourable Member Lily, but I would love him to put the 2 questions in writing. The detail can then be provided formally to the Honourable Member because it's a very substantive list. Seeing for the entire COVID period, and I will respond accordingly. Thank you.
House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. What is your point of order, Member Makamba Botia?
The point of order, House Chairperson, the Minister should exercise what we call consistency. He can, when it suits him, that he doesn't want to answer questions and that we must write answers when he can't answer the questions. One of the members previously asked a question that was not in relation with the question at hand. The Minister was able to respond to that. When the opposition parties are responding, asking questions, he has audacity to say the questions are new, they must be in writing. He must be consistent and he must not be biased. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Makamba Botia, but hence we cannot determine what information the Minister does have to his immediate disposal. That's why the Minister is asking for the question to be directed in writing, not that he do not want to, but as us cannot determine what information the Minister currently has to his disposal. Honourable members, there is opportunity for one more follow-up question in terms as the time allows us. Honourable Maran.
Speaker, thanks very much. Speaker, yeah, just one question. Just in terms of Joe Slovo, Chair, whether any monies over the last 2 years were spent for identification, specifically Joe Slovo, and if, whether the MEC can give us figures. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Maran. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson, and thank you to the member because that deals directly with the Joe Slovo informal settlement. And I need to emphasize, Honourable House Chairperson, that as part of our planning through the IRDP program based on the HSDG grant component, Joe Slovo was earmarked to be upgraded for permanent housing solutions to qualifying beneficiaries over a phased approach. Obviously, the portion of land which was invaded, which ultimately now from part of the area which is where the fire happened, was actually where the next phase was supposed to be. This exact amounts, Madam Chair, I'll need to come back to the Honourable Member because of this phased approach over a number of years, and the member have requested specific over the last 2 years, that I will just need to get back to the member formally to inform of the exact amount so that I can assure that I'm properly held accountable by giving him the exact amount that has been utilised by my department at the Joe Slovo site. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister Simmers. Members, we at this point have a matter of seconds and we would not be able to start a new question and then have the necessary follow-ups. So at this stage, this is the end of questions for oral reply. Outstanding replies will be printed in the Hansard. Members, we now move on to statements by members in terms of Rule 145, and members will now have an opportunity to present their statements of 2 minutes each. I recognize the Democratic Alliance.
House Chair, last week we debated the issue of drugs and the devastating effect that this has on individuals, families and the society at large. The drug trade is often linked to poaching. In the Western Cape, the poaching of indigenous plants and animals have become a pervasive and lucrative enterprise for these criminal syndicates. Though poaching has been ongoing for decades, it has recently made the headlines not only due to the arrest of poachers in marine reserves, it also made headlines due to the increasing sophistication with which these syndicates operate. We must unite all spheres of government to combat these criminal groups in order to safeguard our biodiversity and to preserve the environment. In relation to succulent poaching, it is not just the Western Cape that has fallen victim to this criminality, but the Northern Cape as well. An intergovernmental approach of all law enforcement agencies together with the support of activist environmental groups, are required to stop the criminal organizations that raid our environment in order to illegally sell these invaluable products. I commend the efforts by entities such as Cape Nature, Sandparks, and the South African Police Services for pooling together their resources in order to apprehend the criminals behind poaching. Unfortunately, just as with the trade in drugs, the risk of being apprehended seems to be too low. It is also a crime that crosses provincial borders. I therefore urge all stakeholders, and particularly the National Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries, to avail more resources to act against poaching before it is too late. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable van der Westhuizen, for sticking to your time. And now recognize the ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Western Cape gang-infested poor working-class communities in particular slowly resemble gang paradises with extortion rings running amok. The latest incident where 6 people were shot dead in Site C, Khayelitsha, takes the number to nearly 600 who died in gang-related matters. Such incidents render the so-called safety plan a big, expensive failure. The provincial government needs to look at crime through different lenses and put in place urgent interventions to stop the carnage. In Khayelitsha, where there are 3 reported mass murders in the past 3 months, there is a chronic shortage of CCTVs. Even the installed ones are broken and not working. If CCTV cameras were functioning, it would help improve police responses and conviction rate. And this was said repeatedly by SAPS itself in our committee meetings. Khayelitsha Development Forum had a brilliant safety plan for Khayelitsha, responding to causative factors, environmental design, and CCTVs, which was rejected by the DA administration in the city and this province. The DA does not have an interest in rooting out violent crimes in poor working class communities, and that is a fact. The rising unemployment numbers are bringing more and more young people closer to gangsterism. We need to have targeted approaches to address the pull factors to gangs. Let us come up with programs to save young men from gang murders. The new MEC must urgently address the challenge of undermining and underfunding of CPFs, so they can play their vital role of strengthening relations between SAPS and communities. There is a need for additional police and LEAP officers on the ground. In our meeting next week with the Provincial Commissioner, we will raise the challenge of skewed allocations of police resources in the province, which I think the Premier does not understand. It might have really
Thank you, Honourable Kama. Your time has expired. Thank you, member. Thank you. Please take your seat. Thank you, member.
Thank you very much, House Chair.
I recognize the EFF.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The EFF in the Western Cape would like to take this opportunity to condemn in the strongest possible terms the rape culture that continues to entrench itself in our society. This follows a recent incident which took place in Parklands when old men prey on young 15-year-old teenage girls for sexual intercourse in exchange for money and alcohol. House Chair, it is important to stress out that having sexual intercourse with a 15-year-old is considered statutory rape as outlined in the Criminal Law Sexual Offences and Related Matters Act. This is said and it coincides with recent increase in numbers of underage children who are found to be infected with sexually transmitted infections in our clinics as a result of sleeping with older men. This also speaks to the increasing numbers of teenage pregnancies in society, where people drop out of school at an early age as a result of being embarrassed by falling pregnant at a young age. House Chairperson, as the EFF, we call upon parents of these teenage girls to work together with schools and the Department of Social Development in identifying these rapists and report them to law enforcement institutions for investigation and possible prosecution. We further call upon the Department of Education to teach our learners at a very young age about the dangers related to teenage pregnancies, as well as what constitute statutory rape and steps that should be taken when an offence of statutory rape has been committed. I thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Member Makamba Bocha. I recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, House Chair. On Monday, Premier Windy and Minister Schaefer launched a 36 million rand building aimed at extending a facility at the Struisbaai Primary School. In doing so, the school will cater for the subjects of civil maintenance and food production to a total of 120 learners. While the singular event might seem small, it forms part of the Western Cape Education Department's broader goal of ensuring that our education is innovative and inclusive in a modern world. House Chair, this is why a large emphasis is being placed on STEAMAC subjects. And in 2022, we see the Western Cape dedicating and being dedicated to ramping up this commitment. Over the years, we can clearly see the immense investment going into programs related to these subjects. In terms of agriculture, the WCED has added 25 more schools offering agricultural subjects since 2015. This is in addition to the construction of various workshops, with 2 currently underway at Hicks Valley High and Kraaifontein High. As of now, there are 32 foundation phase schools participating in coding and robotics pilot project, which is training 96 teachers thus far. At least 24 robotics clubs are being formed through the Robotics Education and Coding Hubs project. With respect to our blended learning efforts, an additional 170 million rand is allocated and will expand programs to make education more accessible for all students. The Western Cape is pushing forward with innovation and ensuring that quality education reaches every child in every classroom. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bartman. My apologies, Honorable Said. I thought it was someone online.
No, Honorable House Chair, on a point of order, I think it's quite unfair to the Honorable Bartman that somebody or whoever it is has got their microphones on who's online. People must please mute or they must be muted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Said. Honorable Bartman, feel the need to repeat yourself? And can I please ask that whoever is speaking online that they be muted, please?
House Chair, we have the facility to mute
Yes.
participants and not even members of this house. Could we
Yes.
ask that they please be muted by the
Please.
IT staff?
Will you kindly assist us in that regard? Thank you very much. Honorable Bartman?
She was clear, Chair. There's no need to repeat.
The procedural officers heard me in what I said. Otherwise, I must do it over, I guess.
Did you experience difficulty, Member Sayed, to hear?
No, Honorable House Chairperson, I heard, but it's just disrespectful that people can have their mics on, especially non-members. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that observation, and we will depend on the ICT to assist us in that regard. Thank you very much. It is now the opportunity for the Good Party. Order, members. Honorable August, are you there? Seems not. We're moving on to the ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. Last week I spoke about the ACDP's rejection of the detestable draft guidelines on gender identity and sexual orientation. I'm raising this point again because this may become policy in the next 20, 30 days. And the majority of South Africans and the Western Cape does not want this policy. The ANC is pushing a similar agenda nationally with the CSE, Comprehensive Sexuality Education. So they will be quiet on this and not say a thing. So I'm asking parties in this House, to stand with the ACDP and reject this ungodly policy. Now, Chair, a serious concern that we as the ACDP have is that the DA government is taking away the rights and privileges of parents whose duty is to raise up their children in a godly manner. Let me say why.
Order, members.
Let me say why. Because the point is that now schools have the authority when it comes to when a child wants to be named a certain name, My biological name is Ferlin, but if I want to be called Felicity, the educators and fellow learners must call that person Felicity, and the parents do not have a say. My job and your job is, yes, Premier, will you go check the guidelines? Go check the
Order
guidelines,
members, can we
the
please, provide Member Christians the opportunity to finish his statement?
The Bible is very clear and gives us the mandate to train up our children in the ways that they must go, and not a DA authority. It's not a DA authority, and the DA government is taking that away from our parents. I want to tell the voter today.
Please conclude, Honorable Christians.
Vote your values. Voting for a T-shirt, a green one, a blue one, a red one.
Honorable Christians, your time has expired. Please take your seat. I recognize the ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. It was Steve Biko who said, the most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. The legacy of apartheid lives on in many of our people's minds and lives because the National Party government was successful in ensuring that the project was propagated through subjects at schools such as history. The teaching of the subject of history during apartheid was to advance the ideological project of the apartheid regime. The upsurge in racism and xenophobia in our society highlights the need for us to reflect on our country's history and where we are heading to as a nation. The efforts of our National Minister of Education, Angie Motshekga, must therefore be commended for wanting to ensure that history is made a compulsory subject for our learners and for the decolonization of our history curriculum. The history taught to our learners under the banner of social sciences currently, and which is steadfastly sanitized, is not connected to advancing our democratic and nation-building project in South Africa. It is through the compulsory teaching of history as a standalone subject that we can develop a more progressive sense of nationhood from school level. Whilst our high school history curriculum must promote patriotism and advance the democratic project, it must also be infused with a geopolitical global nuance. African and international solidarity needs to be built in through the teaching of history. This will assist us to defeat the demon of xenophobia and allow future generations to contribute to a more just global order. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sayed. I now recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. While public focus is often placed on events that take place here in the city of Cape Town, the DA-led Western Cape government is deeply committed to improving local governance in the small communities and rural areas of our province. Last week in this House, many honourable members spoke about Pronkies, Premier, spoke about a whole of society approach to the issue of illicit drugs in the Western Cape. Chairperson, as I assume my position as Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Local Government, I would like to call for a whole of government approach in local governance. We must encourage synergy between the various departments and entities which make up this government in order to create a strong and easily engageable support system for our counterparts at the municipal level. On Tuesday, we in the committee heard how the Department of Local Government provides new councillors with training for their crucial role within their communities. I was encouraged to hear that the department engages with other bodies in the provincial government to provide a well-rounded curriculum. This approach sets a benchmark for what we should achieve in local governance. We must build relationships across all spheres of provincial government in order to ensure that every citizen in this province has access to a local government which is empowered and capable of eradicating any and all threats to the job, safety and well-being of our citizens. Over the coming weeks, I will be doing just that. I will be engaging with my colleagues at the parliamentary, departmental and municipal levels to determine innovative ways in which we can mobilize all of government to ensure service delivery and good governance across the Western Cape. My hope is that we can ensure that every single municipality gains the necessary oversight to function efficiently with clean governance for the good of those who live in our communities
please wrap up,
rather than
Honourable
those
Botha?
who run them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Botha. And a few things have changed in the meantime. Thank you very much. I now recognize the Honourable Peter Maree.
Thank you, Chair. The Freedom Front want you to note, members, that the plight of coloured small-scale fishermen and our ailing clothing industry needs urgent attention. We need a sharper focus on jobs, poverty alleviation to address the negative effects of the Marine Living Resources Act, Act 18 of 1998, and the National Environmental Protected Areas Act, Act 57 of 2003, has impoverished coloured fishermen and their families along our coast by allocating quotas in favour of large fishing companies while my people are starving because they can't even catch a fish to feed their own family. This needs urgent attention. We cannot allow the plight of fishermen to follow the same route as the plight of the Cape Corps. Coloured Cape Corps gave their lives to defend this country on our borders and now sit at home without a paycheck and they have no pension. We cannot allow the people who work in our garment industries to sit at home because we import goods from China, cheap goods. Our people regret not having been more revolutionary. And sometimes I regret I didn't join the forces who said power comes through the barrel of a gun, because we've been neglected, because we never lifted up the guns to defend our right in this country. In the Freedom Front feels justice should be done to all the people in this Western Cape, and it starts by recognizing the rights of the indigenous people of the Cape, who were the fishermen, who were the clothing garment workers, members, who now sit without a job and without an income. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Maree. I now recognize Al Jamal.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. On Thursday, the 5th of May 2022, the South African Zionist Federation hosted a festival to celebrate the existence of Israel, an apartheid regime who is occupying Palestine since its invasion on 15th May 1948. On Sunday, the 15th, the Zionist invasion known as Nakba Day, the Day of Catastrophe, will be commemorated worldwide. We call on this DA province to show solidarity with Palestinians by lighting up the city with the colors of the Palestinian flag. Millions of Palestinians have been displaced throughout the world since the Nakba. Half of the total number of Palestinian refugees have been forcefully expelled from their country. On this day, the Nakba Zionists not only invaded and occupied Palestinian land, but killed 15,000 Palestinians, carried out 70 massacres, and destroyed 600 Palestinian villages. They then created Israel and turned it into an apartheid state on the blood of Palestinian Muslims and Christians. In March 2017, the United Nations finally recognized Israel as an apartheid state. At a recent conference in Geneva, the United Nations reiterated its call on the international community to accept and adopt a report's findings that Israel is practicing apartheid in occupied Palestine. Last week here in the Western Cape in South Africa, this province allowed a racist organization to celebrate apartheid land occupation, brutal repression by the Israeli regime, and insult to South Africans who have suffered and endured great pain during the struggle against apartheid and colonialism. Freedom and justice-loving South Africans will not remain quiet when events to celebrate the genocide of Palestinians, the occupation of their land, and an apartheid system are happening on the soil of Africa. Can the DA and his leader, Steenhuisen, now go to Gaza and stand in solidarity with the people bombed, displaced, expelled, humiliated, and denied for decades their
Please
land and
finish
human
your
rights?
sentence,
That
Honourable
would be
Brunkhuis.
integrity and moral consistency.
Thank you very much, Honourable Brunkhuis. I now recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, criminal gangs in Western Cape are using violence and threats to extort money from contractors in charge of human settlements building sites. The airport precincts in Fields projects in Cape Town have recently been the target of these criminals. According to information obtained from the Department of Human Settlements, shooting incidents at 2 out of the 5 sites that form part of these projects, one at the Luyolo site and one at the Tambo village site, has shut down construction for the entire project. SAPS is currently investigating the 2 cases, but 7 weeks after the shooting took place, there's still no concrete solution to this problem. There have also been other incidents and threats which has resulted in the contractor wanting to terminate the contract. This heartless criminal activity is putting 729 housing opportunities at risk. The department already has an impossible task to try and make a dent in the housing backlog. Every cent spent by the department should be going towards the planning and physical construction of housing developments. There is no way the department can afford to provide the level of security needed to fend off these thugs at every construction site in the province, nor should they have to. It is the responsibility of SAPS to ensure visibility. It is the responsibility of SAPS to ensure visible policing and more boots on the ground to ensure the safety of workers and contractors at this site. I call on Minister Regan Allen also to engage with SAPS to really have the solution to the problem that these contractors are facing when trying to make a difference and to give dignity for the housing to the communities of Western Cape. I thank you.
Thank you. Perfectly in time. Thank you, Honourable Maseko. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 1456, I now give one or more members, or either the Premier or members of the Executive, an opportunity to respond to member statements for not more than 5 minutes collectively. Any takers? I do not see any hands online.
Chairperson, my hand is up.
Honourable Minister Schaefer.
Yes.
Please proceed. Thank you.
I would like to respond to Honourable Christian's statement. I first of all want to say that this issue is obviously one that causes a lot of heated debate. There are sensitivities on all sides. But one thing that my Bible enjoins me to do is to speak the truth. And I would hope that if the ACDP is reading the same Bible, they would also pick that up, because I think if we can't pick and choose what parts of the Bible we're going to actually comply with. Now, my question about this whole policy issue is why now? This was discussed about 2 years ago. Now, why is there suddenly a whole big hoo-ha about this, which is not even a policy, actually. It's still a draft guideline. And I haven't actually signed it off yet. But the DBE has now come up with a document which is going to be put out for public consultation. So I'm going to not sign it pending that. So why is it now suddenly being disseminated all across, I don't know where, and it's not even the truth? Now, the draft policy has not taken away any rights of parents and will not. In fact, the draft policy says as follows at 5.2 that where a learner has expressed a need or desire for counselling and assistance, the learner's parents be advised accordingly, along with the recommendation that their child be referred to a social worker. Direct referral of a learner to a professional organisation may only happen with the written consent of the learner's parents, who are and remain at all times primarily responsible for their child's care as per the Children's Act. So why is the ACDP continuing to perpetuate utter falsehoods to try and stoke some kind of antagonism against a document that's supposedly supposed to just really enable inclusivity in schools and allow people who are different from us, from many of us, to feel welcome. It is a guideline. It is not a policy. It is not prescriptive. It actually has been consulted with about 23 different sets of role players, and there's nothing prescriptive about it. I mean, schools are said that they can do certain things and they may consider certain things, one of which is the unisex toilets, which people are upset about. I can completely understand people's concerns about people being forced, girls being forced to share toilets with boys. I would share that as a parent of daughters, but that is not what this draft guideline is doing. It is saying that, and I'll read it exactly what it's saying. Having considered the safety measures and inherent risks, a school may allow an LGBTQI+ learner to use the toilets and changing room facilities which he or she feels most comfortable with, but it is recommended that the sensitivity of other learners also be taken into account. The school may also make provision for a unisex toilet if reasonably practicable, depending on their available financial resources and infrastructure. May also, i.e., in addition to single-sex toilets, which should remain. Now, I really wish people would stop perpetuating absolute untruths about this document, which is not a policy, and it hasn't even been adopted by this government as yet. And I think one thing I have learned is that this issue, particularly relating to transgender people, is extremely complicated and extremely complex. And I think it will be well worthwhile, all members, getting a full briefing of people who actually deal with the issue and people who are affected by it. And I would very much like to hear what the ACDP's response would be to how to deal with people who deal with these difficulties, because it's not a simple matter. It leads to mental illness and often suicide, and we need as a government to be responsive and caring and ensure that all people are welcome in our school without forcing other people to do things that they are not comfortable with, but they should not be allowed to stop other people also from feeling comfortable in the environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister Schaefer. With 1 minute and 19 seconds left, any other member of the Executive Premier? None? Thank you very much. And that is the end of our member statements. Honourable members, we will now deal in terms of new Rule 151. All notices of motions by members are required to be delivered to the Secretary for placing it on the order paper. These motions have been duly submitted and has been published on the order paper below the line. Members, let me also draw your attention. As mentioned, we now move to motions without notice. I would also like to inform you that in terms of the new Standing Rule 150 pertaining to motions without notice, condolences and congratulatory was submitted to the Programming Authority prior to this plenary on the 10th of May 2022. Members are also reminded that motions without notice pertaining to congratulatory and condolence will not be allowed in the sitting that have not been approved by the Programming Authority. I have been informed that in the Programming Authority meeting of the 10th of May 2022, political parties did submit the names of honourable members, and that was done in the desired order of speaking, and who had wished to move a motion without notice in this sitting of the House. I will therefore, just for noting and for the purpose of the minutes, call out the honourable members whose names have accordingly been submitted and approved, and the following members' motions have been approved by the Programming Authority, and the members are as follows: Honourable Ferlin Christians, ACDP, Honourable Ricardo Mackenzie, Democratic Alliance, Honourable Rachel Winvogel, ANC, Honourable D. America, Democratic Alliance, Honourable Baku Vos, ANC, Honourable AP van der Westhuizen, Democratic Alliance, Honourable PZ Lekker, ANC, Honourable W.F. Kaiser Philander, DA, Honourable W.F. Kaiser Philander, DA, and Honourable W.F. Kaiser Philander, DA. I now put the motions duly submitted and approved by the Programming Authority to the House. Honourable members, are there any objections? No objections. agreed to. The motions will appear in the minutes of proceedings and in the Hansard, and each individual member's name as if the member had read it out loud. I will now afford the opportunity for members to move motions without notice as per Standing Rule 152D. This could also include motions without notice that were not approved in the Programming Authority meeting. Members are reminded that the 30 minutes as per Standing Rule 152D will start now, and members will remember that those motions had to reach Mr. Poggenpoel this morning at 11. I now recognize the Honorable Tego. Honorable Tego, are you still with us?
Yes, thanks, House Chair. Sorry about that. I move without notice that the House welcomes the restoration of the Elfindale land in Deep River back to the Rickles family following the 84 years of dispossession. The family was dispossessed of their land by plant farmers back in 1938 and later forcefully removed whilst their properties were demolished. When they applied for restitution later, they were offered a settlement ranging from 40,000 rand. Finally, in the year 2022, their resilience paid off as they got their land back. The EFF calls on all those who were previously dispossessed of their land, like the Brickles family, to fight hard in getting their land back and should not trade money for land. I so move. Thank you, House.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tego. Are there any objection to the motion being moved without notice? No objection. The next notice is also in the name of Honorable Tego.
Thanks, House Chair. I move without notice that the House condemns the latest conduct of law enforcement officials in issuing fines to homeless people living outside the Castle of Good Hope. In his statement of the State of the Province address earlier this year, the Premier of this province promised to build more shelters for homeless people, not for fines to be imposed on them for being homeless. Instead of fighting crime in townships where mass killings take place every week, the law enforcement have chosen an easy administrative task of focusing on abusing and terrorizing homeless people. If the so-called safety plan has any chance of producing positive results, then the law enforcement will need to be on the ground chasing after criminals and not homeless people. I so move, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kego. Are there any objection to the motion being moved? The motion will be printed on the order paper. Honorable Makamba Botja, I recognize you.
Hold on. House Chairperson, thank you very much. I move without notice on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters that the House takes note of the heroics displayed by Sister Diane Sill, an operational nurse manager at New Somerset Hospital in Cape Town. This comes after Sister Sill went beyond her scope of duty by disarming and calming down an assailant who entered the hospital and proceeded to shoot and kill 3 people. House Chair, Sister Sill managed to speak to the perpetrator to calm him down until the police arrived at the scene of crime and arrested the murderer. We need more people like Sister Sill in government who will tackle issues with bravery whilst producing outstanding outcomes, as her conduct assisted in saving more lives that could have been lost. I so move, House Chairperson. Thank you.
Any objection to the motion being moved without notice? None, so approved. The next one is also you, Honorable Makamba Botja.
House Chairperson, on behalf of Economic Freedom Fighters, I move without notice that the House condemns the latest mass shooting that took place in Khayelitsha Site C over the weekend, in which 6 people were shot and killed. It has been weeks now since the scourge of mass shooting continues to claim lives in the townships. House Chairperson, the police have continued to be reactive as always, whilst those who are entrusted with implementing the so-called safety plans are running out of ideas. It has now become clear that the poor people of Western Cape are on their own as Marandan gangs and criminals continue operating with impunity. I so move, Madam House Chair. Thank you.
Any objection to the motion will be printed on the order paper. The next motion in the name of Honorable Botha.
I move without notice that the House welcomes the Premier receiving the prestigious Carl Twiggs Award at the recent SCAL International Awards for his efforts in resuscitating the tourism and hospitality industries in the province, that it recognizes the 33% recovery in international travelers to our shores in the 2021-22 financial year compared to pre-pandemic levels, and that this figure is expected to rise to 55% in the current financial year. That the House notes its gratitude to Premier Alan Winde and his executive for the crucial interventions which they have implemented to stimulate the Western Cape's tourism recovery, and that the House further notes that these travellers directly contribute to the creation of jobs and the economic recovery of the Western Cape. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Any objection to the motion being moved?
Object. We can't praise fish for swimming.
The motion will be printed on the order paper. Thank you very much, order members. Order members. The next motion is also in the name of Honourable Botha. Thank you, Minister Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I move. Thank you very much.
Please proceed,
Chair,
Honourable.
Yes, please. I move that the House wishes Honourable Debbie Schaefer well as she embarks on starting a new career abroad, and further thanks and commends her for her service to the learners and educators of the Western Cape during her term as Provincial Minister of Education. The education fraternity has lost a beacon within the sector. Minister Schaefer, go well and all the best. Chair, I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Botha. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Object.
Motion will be printed on the order paper. The next motion is in the name of Honourable Mackenzie. Order members, please. Order members.
I hereby move without notice that this House wishes all nurses a happy International Nurses Day today. This year marks a time of stabilization and return to normal following more than 2 years of battling the COVID-19 pandemic. When others were in lockdown, our nurses joined the more than 32,000 healthcare workers in putting their lives in danger to continue providing the essential service which saved countless lives. We are forever grateful to our nurses who work tirelessly to deliver quality healthcare in our province. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mackenzie. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? None. Thank you. Agreed to. The next motion is in the name of Honourable Syed.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. I move without notice on behalf of the ANC that the House notes with grave concern that the people of Palestine continue to suffer the most abhorrent crimes and extremely grotesque treatment at the hands of the Israeli apartheid regime. Notes further that the brutality meted out against innocent Palestinians has now been extended to journalists who are covering the Israeli war crimes, which includes the latest execution of veteran Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh by the Israeli apartheid forces, calls on members of this House to demand justice, condemns the continued Israeli atrocities and illegal occupation, questions the DA's moral standing, as none of their leaders has spoken out against Israel's atrocities, including the death of Shireen. Yet their leader, John Steenhuisen, was recently in Ukraine on a so-called fact-finding mission, and the Premier cut the Western Cape government's ties with the Russian Federation, and calls on the Premier to go on a fact-finding mission to Palestine and cut the Western Cape government's ties with Israel. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Syed. Members, there's a question that will be posed to you in terms of procedure, of which you then can indicate whether you agree or not. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice, members?
Yes. Object.
Thank you very much. The motion will be printed on the order paper. The next motion is in the name of Honorable Syed.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I move without notice that the House notes the Equal Education Law Centre's insightful presentation to the Standing Committee on Education on Tuesday, which showed, amongst others, several instances wherein which the WCED failed in its obligation to provide education for learners of compulsory school-going age, expresses its dismay on revelations that parents who were referred to the Metro East District for assistance with learner placements were rather advised to apply for the following academic year, as there were no placement spaces in schools, laments and investigates reports that scores of children have been missing out on education for the entire year in the Western Cape, including those who are out of school for the 2021 academic year, calls on the incoming MEC to prioritize admission challenges, including the fact that many schools refuse to accept manual applications despite a number of parents not having access to the internet or not knowing how to use it, and commends the EELC and other civil society formations for the role they play in our education sector. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Syed. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Motion will be printed on the order paper. The next motion is in the name of Honorable Syed.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House commends the community activists in Mauriceburg in the West Coast for bringing the learner transport challenges associated with a particular bus operator to our attention. Thanks the officials of the WCED for swiftly resolving the matter after we raised it as a motion in this House last week, and welcomes the fact that the learners are now being transported on the said buses after having been stranded last week Thursday. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Syed. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? Motion agreed to. The next motion is in the name of Honorable Windvogel.
Thank you, House Chairperson. On behalf of the ANC, I move without notice that the House notes with concern that the Western Cape is getting closer to a fifth wave of COVID-19 with over 10,000 active and over 287 hospitalizations and over 40 patients in ICU. And we warn the people to be vigilant and abide by the COVID-19 safety protocols and calls on the people, especially young people, to get vaccinated. And this is our best weapon to defeat the virus. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Windvogel. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? None recorded, so motion agreed to. The next motion is in the name of Honorable Kama.
Thank you very much, House Chair. On behalf of the ANC, I move a motion without notice that the House notes with grave concern, expresses deep shock and sadness on the latest mass murder and condemns the fatal shooting of 6 people in Site C, Khayelitsha. Notes further with concern that the pattern of these mass murders, mainly in informal settlements, places a spotlight on the need to address environmental design and addressing the causative factors of violent crimes. Calls on the police to speed up investigations to bring perpetrators to book and conveys sincerest condolences to the bereaved families. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kama. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? None recorded. Motion agreed to. The next motion is in the name of Honorable Kama.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I move a motion without notice on behalf of the ANC that the House notes with concern the reports that CCTVs installed in various working class communities and crime hotspot areas like Kailicha have not been working for several months due to lack of maintenance by relevant authorities. Expresses shock and dismay at the DA administrators' callous and nonchalant attitude for the poor, and calls on the new MEC of Community Safety to intervene.
Order, members.
By rolling out a program to fix broken CCTVs and street lights in crime hotspot areas as means to improve safety. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Object.
Thank you very much, members. Motion will be printed on the order paper. The next motion is in the name of Honorable Lekker.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I move without notice that the House notes with grave concern that the capture of the Democratic Alliance by the private property developers is now negatively affecting the work of provincial government. Notes further that not only is the government giving favors to the developers through disposing of properties for nominal fees, but now Premier Winde and the City of Cape Town are using the public purse to support court cases of property developers, and concedes that the creation of Department of Infrastructure is mainly to benefit the property developers who are DA funders rather than improving the government efficiency. Thank you. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Lekker. Honorable members, the question I put to you, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Object.
The motion will be printed on the order paper. The next motion is in the name of Honorable Kama.
Thank you very much, House Chair. On behalf of the ANC, I move a motion without notice that the House joins the world in mourning the death of Marcelo Pecci, a high-profile prosecutor who fought against organized crime and drug trafficking in his home country of Paraguay. He was shot dead this week during his honeymoon in Colombia in front of his pregnant wife. Notes further with concern that the cowardly murder of Pecci brings back sad memories of the assassination of Detective Charles Kinnear in 2020, and places a spotlight on the safety concerns of our dedicated and hardworking police officers, detectives and prosecutors who are an irritation to gangs and organized crime, and calls on police top brass to prioritize the safety of officers, particularly those who are dealing with the anti-gang unit and fighting against organized crime. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kama. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? None. Then the motion is agreed to. The next motion is in the name of Honorable Windvogel.
Thank you, House Chairperson. On behalf of the ANC, I move without notice that House notes that today marks International Nurses Day as the world to honor the selfless contribution and reflects on the role nurses play to save the world during the COVID-19 pandemic, and commends and celebrate the nurses who continue to put their lives on the line in order for us to live, as they are at the coalface of government's response to COVID-19, and reminds the MEC and the HOD about their commitment to build a wall of remembrance in honor of the departed nurses and other healthcare workers. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Windvogel. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? Objection recorded, and the motion will be printed on the order paper. The next motion is in the name of the Honorable Kama.
Thank you very much, House Chair. On behalf of the ANC, I move a motion without notice that the House notes with concern the allegations of statutory rape leveled against a foreign national from Parklands that were widely circulated on social media this week. Notes further that in the video and voice clips that were widely circulated, underage were allegedly recorded having a sexual intercourse with an old foreign national man in exchange for money and alcohol. Notes further that the action of this man constitute statutory rape and therefore must be prosecuted. welcomes the Sanko Parklands branch for opening a criminal case of statutory rape against the alleged perpetrator and calls on the police to speedily investigate the matter and offer psychological, psychosocial support to the young girls who are victims of this matter. I so move.
Honorable members, that concludes motions without notice. Are there any objections? None recorded. Agreed to. Thank you very much, members. Members, we will now move to the draft resolution. The next item on the order paper is the draft resolution in the name of the Honorable Chief Whip Wenger. I have been informed by the Chief Whip that the Programming Authority resolved that there would be no list of speakers and that parties who wish to so will now be afforded an opportunity to make a declaration on the draft resolution for a maximum of 3 minutes if they so desire. I will now afford parties an opportunity to make a declaration if they wish to do so. I recognize the ANC.
Chair, if I may ask, I don't have my order paper in front of me. Which draft resolution is this? There are two.
We are referring to the ad hoc.
Establishment of the ad hoc committee.
Yes.
Okay, yes, the ANC is making a declaration. I would like
Is it clear?
Thank you.
Please proceed, Honorable Sayed.
Honorable House Chairperson, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to support this particular resolution today for the establishment of an ad hoc committee. 28 years into our democracy, it would be fair to evaluate the representation of our people in this House. Indeed, amidst the economic challenges of our time, the ANC does not take this decision to support the establishment of this ad hoc committee with its areas of reference lightly. Yet we must be able to thoroughly investigate whether this House truly represents the needs and aspirations of our people as envisaged in our Constitution. Every effort must be made to ensure that our democracy is strengthened and that we therefore would support any mechanism which seeks to evaluate the state and efficiency of our representation and therefore our democracy. However, we hasten to add that this particular exercise is so imperative that all political parties in this House must be represented on the committee. It is for this reason that the ANC did not object when it was allocated 2 seats, when in reality we could have asked for 4. Yet because we would rather see the involvement of relatively smaller parties in the House, we relent in granting those 2 seats on the committee to these smaller opposition parties. As mentioned before, Honourable House Chair, we embark on this exercise ever conscious of the growing social distance that often exists between ourselves as public representatives and our people. Hopefully this exercise will lead to an outcome, whatever that may be, where that gap is narrowed in the interest of our people. The ANC supports the resolution. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sayed. I recognize the EFF. Order, members.
Thanks, House Chair. As the EFF, we also fully support the resolution with one understanding and appeal that we continue sticking to the timeframes and as well as the terms of reference. But furthermore, we wish to also call upon what the Honorable, or to echo what the Honorable Said has said, that the inclusion of smaller parties in the process to ensure that there is broader consultation and support whenever we're doing things. And therefore, as the EFF, we are in full support of the resolution. But with also this understanding, Speaker, that House Chair, that the ad hoc committee would not concentrate on politicking, in exercising the terms of reference of this ad hoc committee, and rather concentrate on the mandate to ensure that it is concluded within the timelines that is specified for. Thanks very much, House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tejo. I now recognize Good. The Good Party, none. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. The ACDP supports this resolution. It is 42 members is inadequate to serve the people of the Western Cape. And we agree that as the population grow year by year, that we need more representatives to serve the people of the West Cape. So we fully support this resolution. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Christians. And I recognize the Freedom Front Plus.
Chair, the Freedom Front Plus wholeheartedly supports the resolution tabled by the Honorable Winger of the DA. The Western Cape has become the haven for unemployed homeless people. And there's a lot of them here we're not even aware of. And we must remember that we are a very large province spanning over 129,000 square kilometers. We're almost the size of England. England has 130,000 square kilometers, and the Western Cape alone, 129,462 square kilometers. So obviously, the expanse is very big, and we must service people and their needs over such a wide area. And I think the amount of members of parliament that sits here now is going to find it very hard to keep up with visiting this area, especially in terms of our oversight functions. I've seen with the initiative by the Speaker when he wants to go out to Manati to visit people. I didn't say Utumanati.
Order, members.
Puma.
Tetanati.
I think that it's a very noble idea, but it is a very big expanse to cover. And for that reason, I think it will be a brilliant idea if we could convince National that we need more members of parliament, not for our own sake, but for better service delivery to the people we represent, especially on the expansive platteland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mare. I now recognize Al Jamaa.
Thank you, Chair. Al Jamaa is in full support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brinkhuis. I now recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, House Chair. The question before the House today is whether it is desirable or not to establish an ad hoc committee to investigate the appropriateness of the number of seats allocated to the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. The number of seats is currently 42, which is contained in Section 13 of the Western Cape Provincial Constitution. This number was set more than 20 years ago and has remained so ever since. In 1996, a year before the number of seats was set in the provincial constitution, the Western Cape had approximately 3.9 million inhabitants. And while we are now waiting for the census results, the population estimates place the number of inhabitants currently in our province at 7.1 million. That's almost double the number of inhabitants served by the same number of public representatives. At the same time, it's not a new debate. It's been ventilated many times in this House over the last 10 years, and other legislatures are having this very same debate. The Gauteng Provincial Legislature, for example, has recently petitioned the new electoral amendment bill to provide for the determination of the number of seats for the various provincial legislatures. And the multi-party committee convened by our Speaker recently also showed that the vast majority of parties represented in this House agree that this matter needs attention. So the question here today is, should we investigate and look into whether the current number of seats is sufficient to represent the people of the Western Cape optimally? This committee will be a mechanism which will allow us to stop and reflect on whether public representation in service to the people of this province is properly served by the current number of representatives or not. The DA is of the view that Yes, we should investigate this matter because we are interested in being able to best serve our constituents through this legislature, and therefore we support the establishment of this ad hoc committee and the draft resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. And I believe this would be the last time that we call you Chief Whip in this house. The next time it will be Minister. That concludes the declaration of the draft resolution. I have to announce that there are currently the amount of members present. 30 members currently present, and that they are entitled to vote, and the House is therefore quorate. The question put before the House is that the draft resolution be adopted. Are there any objections to the draft resolution being adopted?
No.
No objection recorded, and accordingly unanimously adopted and agreed to. Thank you very much, members. I will now ask the Secretary to read the order of the day.
Consideration of report of the ad hoc committee on COVID-19 dated 6 May 2022 as ATC'd on the report number 51 dated 10 May 2022, page 213.
I have been informed by the Chief Whip that the Programming Authority resolved that there would be no list of speakers and that parties who wish to so will now be afforded an opportunity to make a declaration of the vote for a maximum of 3 minutes. I will then now accordingly afford parties an opportunity to make a declaration if they so wish, and I recognize the African National Congress. 3 minutes each. ANC? None? Thank you very much. Honorable Syed, can you just speak into the mic and so for us to record?
Yes, Honourable House Chair. No, there's nothing. There's no one giving a declaration. Thank you.
I just wanted us to record that formally. I recognize the EFF.
I will so move.
Nothing from your side.
Yeah, I will move. We'll move like that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tego. The Good Party. Not present anymore. The ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, it was a privilege for the ACDP to be part of the ad hoc committee on COVID-19. I wish to thank the Chairperson, Honourable Marie Winger, for an excellent manner in which she chaired the committee. She was fair and non-partisan, and her dealings with political parties was fair. I told that before. She posed the questions and we received satisfying answers. And on behalf of the ACDP, I want to congratulate you on your appointment of the incoming Western Cape Provincial Minister of Finance and Economic Opportunities. We believe you deserve it, and well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christians. I now recognize the Freedom Front Plus. Has left the building. I now recognize Al Jamaa.
Thank you, Chair. Al Jamaa has got no declaration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Brunghuis, and I do now recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chairperson. The COVID-19 Ad Hoc Committee was established a little over 2 years ago and served as the parliamentary pulse of the pandemic. The committee produced monthly reports totaling in excess of 500 pages. This final report is the culmination of 2 years of scrutiny over the executive and more broadly, the effect of the pandemic on society in the Western Cape. This committee, the only one of its kind in South Africa, has been the subject of several academic studies already. It has been an excellent vehicle for a whole of society view of government action and the effects of this virus. We are very proud of this committee, and we are proud of this legislature that it established such a body to breathe life into parliamentary oversight at a time when there was so much uncertainty and fear. When the committee was established, I doubt any of us thought that our assignment would be as long as 2 whole years, and 2 very long years they were. During this time, most of us have either gotten COVID, and many of us have lost colleagues and loved ones, and some continue to experience lingering symptoms of long COVID. We remember and pray for every person whose life has been taken by this disease and those that are suffering its aftermath, which has changed our world and impacted on every household in the Western Cape, South Africa, and indeed the world. As of today, globally, there have been 520 million confirmed cases and 6.3 million deaths. The committee looked into everything from provincial oxygen supplies, bereavement counselling, and the informal economy. We checked that we had sufficient food during the hard lockdown and why the price of eggs increased. We looked at feeding schemes for children, the closure of ECD centres, the reopening of schools, the transport of healthcare workers, and the provision of PPE for nurses, the impact on learning, the elderly and children. It was indeed the parliamentary pulse of the pandemic. The executive and top management came week after week to brief the committee so that we as public representatives were able to scrutinise the work of government and ask important questions. But we didn't just hear from government. We listened to citizens of this province and we spoke to survivors of COVID, NGOs, unions, business chambers, and even psychologists. 17,000 people participated in our public participation process. As the chair of the committee, I tried my utmost to follow the principles of fairness and to open spaces for opposition parties. And I really would like to thank my colleagues from this committee on both sides of the benches. It was really an honour and a privilege to serve with you. I'm sure I speak on behalf of all members in giving thanks to the procedural officers, Mr. Wasim Matthews, Ms. Zaida Adams, Ms. Wasima Hassan Musa, Ms. Shamiz Jones, and the senior procedural officers, Ms. Lizette Kluter, Mr. Mendaza, and Mario Sasman, for their outstanding efforts and hard work. We thank you. We express our deepest gratitude towards the thousands of healthcare workers, doctors, nurses, government officials, civil society members that worked and continue to work to ensure our survival. We thank the Premier and the Provincial Cabinet for steering us through these troubled waters. Chairperson, I report that this committee has concluded its assignment and ask that the report and its recommendations be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chief Whip, and I believe that is the very last time we will address you as that. But in your capacity as chair, thank you so much for the wonderful sterling work that you've been doing with the committee. Honourable members, I have to announce that there are currently 2019 WCPP report be adopted. Are there any objections to the report being adopted? No objections in the House, no objections recorded online. The report is then accordingly agreed to and adopted. Thank you very much, honourable members. I believe that that concludes the business for today. The secretary will now end the meeting and all members will be exited from this sitting. I wish you safe travel home. Be blessed, keep well, be safe. The House is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.